Good morning, members. Members, when the committee suspended last night, it was debating Part 1 of the Crown Mineral Amendment Bill. Part 1 is the debate on clauses 4 to 13, amendments to purpose, provisions, and Part 1 and 1A of the Principal Act. The question again is that Part 1 stand part. Honourable Dr Megan Woods.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And as you say, last night, when the House concluded, we were having a very broad-ranging debate in terms of the purpose of the Act. There's still many questions that we have from material that the Minister has introduced into this debate around energy security. But just to start off this morning, Madam Chair, I just do want to move on to another couple of pieces of Part 1 of this Act. One of which is the clauses in this bill that pertain to the Tier 3 permits that are covered off in Part 1. Now, in terms of the size of the Tier 3 permits, one of the things that we heard at Select Committee, we had many people asking why it was that the size of the area that was eligible for a Tier 3 permit was decided on. That this seems quite large in terms of what would be seen as a hobbyist permit, and some of the submitters were questioning. So I'd like to ask the Minister the policy context, the advice he received, and what was the policy context for settling on the size of the permit area that is before us in this legislation. But the other important piece that we will have many questions on in this part of the bill, in Part 1, is the provisions that are in here in Clause 12. And that is around the Minister having the power to issue a government policy statement. Now, this is a new mechanism that will come into play through this legislation. We haven't previously had this. Obviously, we have government policy statements in a range of areas. But, Madam Chair, I think there are some questions, given that this is a new mechanism that could be brought into play for the Minister to inform the House on. First of all, what is the timeframe that the Minister is thinking? Has he begun work on the government policy statement, and when would he be thinking of introducing this? If work hasn't begun, where in his work program does this work figure? The other important question I think we have, that a government policy statement is a place where a government rightly sets out its strategic priorities and the work program and the way in which it's going to get to its outcomes. And I'm assuming that the government policy statement would be aligned with the purposes of this Act. But, Madam Chair, we also have another piece of legislation in this jurisdiction, and that is our climate response legislation that sets out very closely our emissions reduction plans. So I'd like to hear from the Minister how it is that he intends to ensure that we have synergy between these two strategic documents that any government will need to work from. How will the government policy statement interact with the emissions reduction plans that the government does adopt? We know, of course, that the government is due to adopt new emissions reduction plans by the end of this year for Emissions Budget 3. So what work has the Minister done to ensure that we are aligning what is happening under this legislation with that other strategic intent of government? What we know from advice from the Minister's officials is that this legislation is going to increase our greenhouse gas emissions. There's been several pieces of advice that have been provided to the committee in terms of what the impacts on emissions budgets 1 and emissions budgets 2 will be. But of course we have emissions budget 3 coming, and the extent in which the Minister has been working with his Cabinet colleagues to ensure that there can be those interactions and those alignments. And Madam Chair, the advice that we receive from officials that there will be 1 million megatonnes of CO2 in emissions as compared to the baseline for the second emissions budget for 2025 to 30, and another 0.6 to 1.4 megatonnes for the third emissions budget. So what mechanisms will be in place in that government policy statement to ensure there is alignment with different pieces of government policy? As I said, Madam Chair, there are a range of other questions that are still outstanding outstanding in regard to the changing the purpose statement. Certainly the Minister opened up a range of areas which just sparked the inquisitive nature of the opposition and a range of questions that we've had time to percolate overnight that we'll come back to on that material. But those two very specific questions around Clause 12 and the Tier 3 permits which are covered off in 2BA. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Steve Abel.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. And yes, I just want to echo my colleague's expression of the usefulness of the Minister opening the conversation more broadly. One thing I wanted to specifically pick up on was the frequent justification for this policy being around the so-called energy crisis. And a big part of that assertion, the sort of deeper detail of that isn't gone into. One of the causes of the energy challenges we had were to do with the infrastructure around gas and its declining state. Now, the other question that the Minister rose last night was the increase in the importation of Indonesian coal. I wonder if he has available to the latest figures on Indonesian coal imports for this year, and whether he could confirm that, in fact, they are significantly lower than they have been historically. Now, if we actually delve into this question of a problem of energy infrastructure and signals being sent in the energy sector as to the trajectory of New Zealand's energy intentions, it is true, and the Minister rightly points out, that the effect of the ban on offshore oil and gas exploration was to send a very strong signal to the industry that there was not a future in that industry. By doing that, it opens the landscape to those other forms of energy that we are interested in, renewable energy being the obvious one. The effect of this legislation, I put it to the Minister to respond, is that it is basically sending a signal to the fossil fuel industry that we would like them to be back in business and we would like them to invest in new infrastructure, and the effect of that will be to lock us into decades more dependency on gas and oil and coal that the Minister also advocates for. One of the effects of those signals to the market, if you like, one of the immediate effects in his capacity as the matua of mining, in his own terminology, is that Minister Jones has scared away the offshore wind industry because he has so forthrightly advocated for deep sea mining, seabed mining off Taranaki, with huge destructive impact on the seafloor. And the wind industry explicitly made it clear.
Yes, I deem it's relevant if he's comparing it to wind farm. He's able to ask that question.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And the Minister did really elucidate at length about the energy system being the justification for this legislation. So the effect, I put it to you, Minister, of this law is to send a message, in fact, to the renewable energy industry, and certainly in the instance of the offshore wind industry, that there will be new investment in gas and oil. We're back into the old burning fossil fuels mindset. We are not so committed to that actual transition to renewable energy. And that was the most powerful impact of the decision made in 2018, the bolder decision made consistent with our climate commitments to say, we are saying there will be no new exploration for oil, gas and coal. That's my first key question. Now, the other point I want to pick up on is the specific one that my colleague Megan Woods just raised about the Tier 3 categorisation permitting quite huge areas of land to be mined for gold more readily. 50 hectares. Now, what is mining for gold, albeit with sluicing boxes and 10 horsepower machinery as a maximum, what does mining for gold in a 50 hectare area of riverbed look like, Minister? How disturbing and impactful is that? And if you're going to visit your local river, what is the effect on the other uses of that river for recreational purposes, but also, more importantly, for the biodiversity that lives and depends on that river, of some local character being able to turn up there with his 10 horsepower diesel engine and dig up the floor of the river to mine for gold.
This is getting a bit broad of the conversation. Can we link it back to...
This is part one.
Oh, sorry. Thank you. Okay, thank you. I stand corrected.
Sorry.
Thank you.
Can I just complete, Madam Chair? I make another call, Madam Chair?
Yes, you can. Sorry, I stand corrected on that one.
Part one has the permission for easier permitting of gold mining.
Right, okay, thank you.
And there, this quite huge area that miners will be allowed to exploit. It creates a new, quicker permit pathway. But what is the evaluation that has been taken on the impact of that, of this supposedly small-scale gold mine that in fact covers potentially vast areas of highly vulnerable or highly sensitive ecological regions, and the obvious thing being riverbeds? That is the place where people are going to want to do their gold sluicing, use their riffle boxes, set up their 10 horsepower engine. And what is the wisdom of allowing that? Because is it the expectation of the public, Minister, that they are going to walk down to their local beach to perhaps go and do some white baiting or do some fishing or simply have a swim in the local river and find that there's somebody who's been given this very quick to get permit that allows them to be shoveling through the riverbed looking for flakes of gold with a 10 horsepower engine banging away in the background? And is that really something that the Minister wants to be encouraging? And is that really something that should be so readily permitted without input from other members of the community and other members of the public? Because it could well be that it seems like a low-level activity, but in fact has quite a significant localised impact on people who also have interests in that particular river, that particular riverbed, and not to mention what are the ecological evaluations of that. What was the advice the Minister received on the impacts on our vulnerable flora and fauna that are dependent on those freshwater river ecosystems of this sort of gold mining that the Minister is advocating? Thank you.
Honourable Shane Jones.
I think it's important that we respect the conventions governing contributions, and they need to be tightened up. They need to come back and focus on the black letter meaning of the proposed law. Now, the former Minister posed a couple of questions. Let me start with the GPS. Obviously, the passage of the legislation, as the member rightly identifies, will give status to this new instrument. And I need do nothing else than direct her attention to the relevant part. And this enables the Minister to initiate a body of work to create such an instrument. Now, that body of work, in many respects, will be at the discretion of the Minister. And this Minister is terribly overworked at the moment on shepherding through this bill, despite considerable opposition, inversely related in some cases to the content of the bill. But I direct her attention to Section 12, 2A. Now, why it's written in a slightly different colour, that means that it's a fresh edition. And what it says is that the Minister considers appropriate. The Minister at this stage has not decided to initiate consultation to create such a body until such time the law is passed. I don't need to elaborate because I covered last night what may or may not be relevant in terms of the broader debate. In respect of the point about Tier 3, I think, Madam Chair, that Tier 3 references tidy up an area where risks are minimal. and potential is broad, because we are going through a period of time where this government believes that there is more that can be contributed, which is why we're passing this bill, to our economic endeavours from oil and gas and minerals activity. That's the philosophical basis. That's the mandate that we have. Now, it's arguable as to what is an appropriate size. Sadly, I probably think it's too small. But being from time to time of moderate character, I followed advice, and I think that it's a good balance between stripping red tape but enabling entrepreneurialism and those who are willing to risk their own time and resources at a relatively harmless level to boost the prospects of that part of New Zealand. There's really not much more I can say to that. The other thing that I'll just wind up on, this is not legislation called the Climate Response Act. That legislation is under the leadership of another minister. Now, in certain nightmarish moments, I do contemplate being the Minister of Climate Change. However, there we go. There you go. I defer to brighter minds than my good self. So for those reasons, I'm saying that we'll park the elements of that act and come back to this act. This act simply opens the gate, legitimises, tries to reinvigorate by creating certainty in the statute for those who may or may not use their own money, their own time, their own entrepreneurial energy to make a go of our Indigenous resources. That's all the statute does. And all the minister's doing is promoting that, because this is a legitimate part of our energy security journey.
Honourable Dr Megan Woods.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I thank the Minister for his contribution there. And while I appreciate it, I'm sure there are many, and indeed the planet, that appreciates that he's not the Minister for Climate Change, that was not the question that was put to the Minister. The Minister was asked how the instrument of a government policy statement in this area would interact with other legislative instruments such as the Climate Response Act and the emissions reduction plans that exist under that legislation. Ministers who have responsibility for particular instruments that they are putting in place through legislation do have to think about how they interact across the broader suite of government and other policies that the government has. While the Minister, no one is suggesting that he is the responsible Minister for the emissions reduction plans, it is important for this House to understand how it is that the instrument of a government policy statement in this area will interact with those instruments. Surely the government has thought this through, and the House needs to know what are the mechanisms that will be put in place when there are considerations of what will be in those very detailed emissions reduction plans. But I do have some further questions pertaining to the GPS. One of the things that we know that across government there are a range of government policy statements in a range of areas, some of which contain mandatory requirements for consultations, and some require have discretionary requirements for consultation. The legislation that we have before us is silent on whether or not it will be a mandatory or a discretionary consultation requirement that will sit with this government policy statement. So I'd like to hear from the Minister where his thinking is. What does the consultation look like? Will it be a mandatory regime or will it be a discretionary regime? Who will be consulted? What will be the opportunities for public input into that? While it may not be something that the Minister is planning on implementing tomorrow, as this House is considering whether or not we should put in place the power for a Minister to have an instrument such as a government policy statement in this area, we do need to understand how it is that the public are going to have input into that. We do know that the regulator will be MBIE as it stands at the moment. That will be the responsible agency. And what are the conversations that he's had with MB around the consultation obligations, and also specifically who those consultations will be with. One of the other questions that I want to come back to the Minister has talked at length last night, and he's come back to it this morning around the issue that he sees the changing of the purpose statement, what we're doing in part one of this Act, that little change as he sees it. We on this side of the House would differ in terms of the purpose of the Act as being instrumental to energy security in New Zealand. He referred to it last night, he's come back to it this morning. My colleague Steve Abel was asked him the question around volumes of Indonesian coal, a claim that he and many of his colleagues actually repeatedly made, but there's been a range of data that's been put up to debunk the myth that members of this government keep touting out as a very thin but doesn't really stand up to scrutiny reason for some of these legislative changes. But given that the Minister sees that this change that he's putting is vital to New Zealand's energy security, and Madam Chair, we're all concerned about New Zealand's energy security, but the question I have for the Minister is that he has received advice from his officials that any new oil or gas, and particularly gas that could be found through these changes, would not be available to 2035. That this would be the expected time frame in which any new resource would be available to be used. How does the Minister see this solving New Zealand's immediate energy challenges? What is he working with colleagues on? Obviously, he's not the Minister of Energy, he's the Minister of Resources, but what is he working with colleagues on in terms of that more short-term piece? Because, Madam Chair, quite clearly, this is not the quick fix that the government has tried to sell. Make no mistake about it. The Minister was very clear last night. He's taking his advice from industry. He's not listening to officials. He's disagreeing with that and taking advice of what the industry are telling us. So I think this House needs to understand if we're not likely to see any of this resource to 2035, Madam Chair, that what is the... Thank you, Madam Chair. What is it that we're looking to see? Also, I would like to hear the answer to the question that Steve Abel put around volumes of Indonesian coal. This is a much touted use case, reason case for why this would be used. But I think what we've heard in terms of actual facts that have been put out there, not by the opposition, but by various independent commentators, that show this is just simply a myth. So would actually like to hear from the Minister on that. I know we've heard through the case of interjections from many members of the opposition that they're exploring other options such as nuclear power. We heard last night from one of the members over on the opposition benches. So like to hear what it is that the Minister is thinking.
Steve Abel.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And just to clarify the interjection from the member opposite, no, we do not support nuclear energy. You'll be happy to know. And because of one of your good people mentioning nuclear energy, and I responded to that and said nuclear energy is not a good idea. I mean, come on, Miles.
Order.
Indeed. Thank you, Minister. Order. I have a couple of amendments to put up relating to part one. I just want to return to the broad point about the very negative impact on the energy sector of reinstating the ban on offshore oil and gas exploration. It definitely sends a message to the world, in fact, that we are not serious about the energy transition. And so, given that is so touted as the basis for this, I have an amendment to clause 4 to put that we firstly, and this was discussed last night also, we firstly get away from this idea that there is anything good about promoting that most harmful substance in terms of climate damage, which is coal and oil and gas. And the member... the members opposite are saying that coal is the worst. That is a very interesting assertion. I wonder if the Minister can tell us, in terms of that assertion, whether in fact, once you account for fugitive emissions from the extraction of fossil gas, whether in fact it is a higher carbon intensive fuel than coal. And what about, the Minister mentioned important details. The Minister mentioned last night LNG, Madam Chair. The Minister specifically talked about LNG imports. What advice does the Minister have on the impact of the emissions of LNG, and how does it compare to coal?
Well, that's indigenous gas.
Indigenous gas, I mean, fossil gas. It's such a, that's a ridiculous term.
The questions will be directed to the Minister, not to each other. Thank you.
That's fine,
the purpose of committee
just
stage.
to clarify, Madam Chair.
Interjections are fine, but I don't expect members to be answering questions. Thank you.
Madam Chair,
Take a call.
is it correct, can I clarify, Madam Chair, it's correct that I have an ability to respond to an interjection from a member of the government.
I'm happy about that, but there's no obligation on the member to answer.
I appreciate that, thank you. I just think there are some myths being touted about the nature of our energy sector that it's important to clarify. And fossil gas is a major cause of greenhouse gas emissions. It should correctly be called fossil gas, as opposed to the other sort of gas that the members like to give special status to, which is biogenic methane, which is a particle has exactly the same effect on climate change as fossil methane, but the members opposite like to separate out fossil methane from biogenic methane. So let's refer to, rather than call it natural gas, let's refer to fossil gas and biogenic methane, if that's how you want to categorise it. I'm proposing, Madam Chair, that we remove this amendment which turns from manage to promote, as this legislation does, and we keep it as manage. It is appropriate, certainly in the case of the climate disaster, climate crisis, for us to be not promoting fossil gas exploration. That's the first amendment. The second one is to clause 5. Currently, the overarching effect of this legislation is to amend the Crown Minerals Amendment Bill, is to amend the bill to expand exploration beyond onshore taranaki, which is the current restriction. This amendment that I am putting up to clause 5 would in fact retain the bill's definition of the onshore taranaki region, thereby not make the expansion into offshore oil and gas exploration. It is a bold amendment, Madam Chair. It is one which I call on the Minister to seriously consider in the greater good of the community and the climate and life on this planet, that we actually need to not be reopening that 4 million square kilometres of exclusive economic zone to the interests of vested overseas fossil oil and gas companies. That is a disastrous move. Madam Chair. Oh, it hasn't actually come up yet. I've got some very enthusiastic colleagues, but Madam Chair.
Steve
Madam
Abel's
Chair.
actually made a call for another call, and I believe you've got another amendment paper which you wish to
thank you,
speak to.
Madam Chair. I appreciate that. So the amendment is to retain the definition of onshore taranaki rather than get rid of it, so that we keep in place that world-leading ban on offshore exploration. The final amendment would extend that principle, because we're talking up to clause 14, to clause 14, clause 15, clause 16. So it would delete clause 14, page 7, lines 35 to 36, and clause 15, page 8, lines 1 to 2, and clause 16, page 8, lines 3, 4, 5, and 6. So it removes the provisions relating to the repeal of references to the onshore Taranaki region. It would thereby retain this prohibition on oil and gas drilling and prevent future oil and gas exploration outside onshore Taranaki. In fact, we need to also be not issuing new permits for onshore drilling in Taranaki, for onshore exploration and fracking. There is strong opposition to this. We've heard for many years from people in Taranaki to the ongoing exploitation of their region for gas. And that is something that also should have been prohibited and should be prohibited. But in terms of this immediate legislation, these amendments would give effect to not getting rid of that ban. Thank you.
Honourable Dr. Megan Woods.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And just a couple of very specific questions. It won't be a long call for the member, for the Minister and the Chair. So this is in relation to the Tier 3 permits. So in this Act, Tier 3 permits means a permit that authorises mining for gold in the bed of a river or on the foreshore and does not authorise mining for any other mineral. One of the issues that we have under the Ngāi Tahu Settlement Act, of course, is the Pamu extraction in the South Island. So what I would like to know from the Minister, we know that the alluvial mining is one of the critical areas in terms of Pamu extraction in the South Island rivers, whether or not Pamu would be covered under these Tier 3 permits.
Madam Chair.
Glenn Bennett.
Kia ora, Madam Chair, and it's interesting to listen carefully to the debate this evening and this morning, and I have a few questions for the Minister, and one which, and I understand that we have traversed it, but I still don't feel like there's. I'd just like the Minister to be really clear with the House and with the public in terms of right at the start there when it talks about obviously moving it from manage to promote. Now, last night the Minister said that this is to signal that New Zealand is open for business. But then when we look at the regulatory impact statement, we look at a lot of the paperwork that came through in Select Committee. I want the Minister on record to confirm with this House the reason he wants to promote this industry when the evidence shows, and if we want to look on the regulatory impact statement, amendments to the Crown Minerals Act relating to petroleum exploration and mining, which is on the table in front of the Minister, in terms of page 17, which has a very clear graph which shows in terms of the decline. And it shows, if I look at it carefully, it has been on the decline for a long time, but we look at that peak of 2014, and it has declined rapidly since then. So often in this House, Madam Chair, the Minister has accused myself and others of being woke. And I want to, I guess, ask the Minister, which I'm very proud of, by the way, very proud of being woke. If you know the history of the word and where it comes from, it's actually a powerful, it's an honour to be called woke, and I appreciate the Minister calling me that, because it is, and if you understand that. But the question I have, and I know this is, yeah, the reason I'm asking the Minister about this promote thing, because it feels to me like it is the Minister virtue signalling, and because what is actually, and it's appealing to the Minister's voter base, I guess to the coalition agreement. But when you look at the hard evidence, when you look at the information that is in front of the Minister, you look at the evidence that was in front of the Select Committee, when you look at all of the evidence, if you want to do the work and do the research, the fact that you want to bring promote back in is actually something that it actually isn't possible, because what are you promoting? And that is my question. Where, at least with manage, it actually, because I think manage is also an active word, where it's actually how do we as government ensure we carefully and sustainably and in a way that actually is looking to the future, that we actually ensure that we are looking after our people and our planet. So I really want to understand why on earth the Minister wants to put promote back in there. Why would he do that when I hope that he clearly knows that there aren't going to be people rushing back and you know, going around the world to do it. And an example is OMV, who obviously is one of the big players. You know, they have put, you know, it has been on the market for sale, and it's not because of New Zealand. They've looked at their whole portfolio and looking at greening what they do. and looking at their whole Asia Pacific portfolio. And so looking at moving on, not because of Aotearoa, but because they are looking to the future. So, Madam Chair, I really want to understand from the Minister, is it virtue signalling? Is it just because it's a coalition agreement? Is it just because it's income for his mates? I don't know. But I don't understand. If you can look at the hard evidence of what is happening in terms of fossil gases, it seems absurd and outrageous for him to put that word back in. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Honourable Shane Jones.
Madam Chair, we're getting to a point now that repetition is defining the contributions. I think I've given, with the greatest of respect, Madam Chair, a very lucid response to the former Minister. But unlike other contributions, she has actually posed quite a coherent question. She's posed the question as to who owns Pamu, Greenstone, and she's correctly identified through the Doug Graham, Jim Bolger government full and final settlement with the Ngaitahu tribe. Pamu is vested in the Ngaitahu people. In the event that a whasaka, in the event that a long-suffering miner, sadly undervalued by former governments but turbocharged by the matua, they have no right to take, sell or extract that pounamu, and there are already cases, Madam Chair, where legislation has been called upon and people have been penalised for doing that. In respect of a reference that was made to coal levels of utilisation, for fear of protracting more irrelevancy, I invite the members to write me a letter and I will respond formally with those details, because I think it will bring in the broader debate a level of clarity sadly missing from the opposition's conception of energy security.
Vanessa Weaning.
I move that debate on this question now close.
I'll call Honourable Dr Megan Woods. We are honing in on a couple of things now. I think I have been listening to last night's debate and this morning, and we've covered a wide range of issues. I'm looking for new information backed up by clauses. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I thank the Minister for that clarification around the Pounamu collection. It is always a hot issue in the South Island around how our mining legislation interacts with that Ngaitahu Settlement Act. Madam Chair, I am going to ask some very specific questions pertaining to the work programs for Tier 3 permits, which are covered off in Clause 7 of this Act and come under 2BA work programs for work for Tier 3 permits. But I would just like to remind the Minister that there are a couple of questions that are still outstanding that we on this side of the House are very eager to understand. One is the way in which the GPS will interact with other government instruments like the emissions reduction plans. We've had the Minister address that and say he's not responsible for the ERPs. We absolutely accept that, but what we want to know is how is the instrument that this Minister is putting forward in this legislation, how it will interact with those other government instruments that they need to work with as a cabinet. But in terms of the work programs for the Tier 3 permits, it's very specific. So the permit holder can mine for gold. We've established that. The permit holder may use the following equipment. So unpowered hand tools, rifle boxes and associated equipment, and then powered equipment not exceeding a combined total of 10 horsepower or the equivalent of 10 horsepower at any one time, or other similar equipment that is consistent with small-scale non-commercial gold mining. Now, while there is a great deal of specificity within these clauses, I think there are some questions. I mean, there's quite a lot that is in there in terms of what that could be. I'd be interested to know, I mean, the 10 horsepower in terms of the powered equipment, not exceeding that, what was the policy rationale for settling on that as the level of which the equipment could be used within these Tier 3 permit areas? Is it that believes that there will be minimal environmental disturbance? Is it it's the most efficacious tool for this type of mining? What was the policy rationale that led the Minister to make this inclusion? This very specific inclusion in the legislation. And while we have that very specific at subclause 3, at subclause 4, in other similar equipment that is consistent with small-scale non-commercial gold mining. I'd like to hear from the Minister, while discussing with his officials, what were the kinds of other equipment that were covered off here? I think it's important for the House to understand that, because while this part of the legislation brings it really tightly in and defines very closely the power that this equipment can have, we then have at subclause 4 something that really opens it right up and says any other similar equipment. So what does the government have in mind when they're inserting this clause, and why is that needed, given subclause 3 that is above it, that does give very tight restrictions around the power that can be used there? And then of course there's subclause 5 that comes into play there, which is equipment permitted by regulations. What regulations is this referring to? Can the Minister give us a list of what are the other regulations that are contributing to this? And the work program that is otherwise in accordance with the requirements specified in regulations, I assume that will pertain to subclause 5, but really looking to get into the detail of what is contained in this clause 7 of the bill. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Land Farm.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm going to be very specific about these points in the bill, because I'm hearing what you're saying, and we have a number of amendments that are specifically proposed for changes in the bill. So the one that I'm talking about is a new clause 12C. So this is on page 7 of the bill, to do with government policy statements. Now, this is a really interesting change to the Crown Minerals Act that I'd really like to hear the Minister's thoughts on, because prior to the change in 2023, the purpose of the Act was to promote prospecting for, exploration for, and mining of Crown-owned minerals for the benefit of New Zealand.
The Minister's actually addressed the GPS. I perhaps think the member could ask some really specific question around the changes in the amendment paper that the member would wish to see.
Thank you for that guidance, Madam Chair. So what this amendment paper seeks to do is basically amend the provisions relating to the government policy statement and introducing a new requirement to publicly consult on any new GPS that may be put in place. Now, why this is really important and why I'd love the Minister's comments on this about the public notification aspect is that we heard really clearly at Environment Select Committee just the other day from the Climate Commission how off track for our second and third emissions budgets we are heading towards. And I would love to hear the Minister's thoughts as to whether, because this has such serious implications for our climate emissions and the public's concern about whether we will be on track to meet those emissions, whether there is a case for the Minister to consider public notification of this government policy statement if he is to actually put one in place. And if so, what would be the timelines that the Minister is actually considering to put such a policy statement in place? Thank you.
Scott Willis.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And like my colleague Lan Farm, I do have a very specific question in relation to Section 1A, the amended purpose, and the proposed amendment from my colleague Steve Abel, which is in Clause 4 replace promote with manage. And I want to come back and do a little bit of a deep dive but very briefly, into the Minister's interest in supercritical and superhot geothermal resource, which he mentioned last night. And I think this does show where we have some common interest across the House when we are looking at minerals and when we're looking at how we either promote or manage. And I'm interested, firstly, to hear more from the Minister about how government intends to support, is it support or manage the investigation into supercritical geothermal resource, superhot geothermal resource? Where does that balance lie? And is the current funding arrangement a promotion or a management of that resource? How does that sit with the Minister? How does the government view that? And I also, although it may be coming into some detail, we do need to know something about that actual resource, because what we understand and what the Minister referred to last night was the value of the power that we may be able to gain from such investigations. So I'm interested to hear some detail actually about what type of temperature differential there might be in that supercritical, super deep, super hot geothermal resource, and how we might manage those high temperatures, how that might be managed. If the Minister could also, because we are thinking about what the climate impacts of the resource extraction is, what impact carbon capture and storage, how would carbon capture and storage be used for that resource? And I'm not going to go much further, because I think the Minister has given us an opportunity to look at this really interesting subject, but I want to come back to whether this is promoting or managing, and there is some where we can look for consensus or agreement across the House. We certainly should. But one last point I would make is that we are sitting here debating the Crown Minerals Amendment Bill while COP29 goes on, when we are trying to reduce emissions and meet emissions budgets. And if we are opening up the fossil fuel sector but not looking at our renewables and our lower emissions sector, we are going against the current. We're going against the global current. So if the Minister could come back to me specifically on the geothermal question, super hot, super critical, and on whether the Minister sees this as promotion currently or a management. What is the Minister's position on this, and why is this so important for us? Thank you.
Honourable Shane Jones.
Look, I think early next year, Madam Chair, it'll be a great time for a proper briefing in terms of the geothermal matters, which I'll undertake, rather than burden this particular portion of the bill's passage. But I think it's a good point. Look, on the question of equipment regulations, well, all politicians, former ministers, know that regulations promulgated under legislation generally happen after the legislation has passed. Now, obviously, regulations that are superfluous will be struck down, I should imagine, by my colleague, as I work with him to ensure, Mr. Seymour, that the regulations are fit for purpose. But at this stage, the provision enables the promulgation of regulations as we go forward. Now, they could cover things like metal detectors, something figuratively that will be needed by the opposition to search for votes. Now, we don't need to go down to a finicky level of antennae, radars. Those matters can be addressed at a detailed level with the passage of regulations. But I say again, regulations are passed once the statute has been enacted. They are like a backstop. And if a regulation is inconsistent with the purpose of the Act, it can be struck down as ultra-virus. And all members of the House know we have a regulatory select committee. And in the event a regulation is described are found to be egregious, there'll be very few of them as far as I'm concerned because I'm pro-industry.
Lawrence, you know.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I have two questions for the Minister and from a perspective of common law and statutory interpretation. Now, the Minister previously has discussed at length in terms of the terminology of promote, and this is clause 4, the terminology of promote and manage being, promote being an active word and also being forward-leaning. I would argue that both manage and promote being verbs are both active words, but I would agree with the Minister that promote indeed is anticipatory. However, when we're looking at the Crown Minerals Act, which this is a part of, you can't read section 1AA without reading also section 1A2, subsection 2. And this is a new perspective that requires clarification, Madam Chair, because in subsection 2 of 1A of the Crown Minerals Act, it says to this end, ergo subsection 2 of the Act is pertaining on the statutory interpretation of section 1. Manage and promote will have very different connotations in this case because manage has an operationalization perspective that promote does not have. So I want to ask the Minister whether he has received any advice from his officials on how one would interpret subsection 2C and D of 1A of the Crown Minerals Act in the context of promotion. And like the Minister said before, that any regulation that is set aside that isn't in line with the legislation will be struck out because of ultravirus. In that case, would then the effective management and regulation that is not pertaining to promotion, but pertaining to the existing management would be struck out? Because promotion essentially is a sales and marketing perspective. It doesn't pertain to when something is actually approved. So that clarification will be really important to get a clarification on and the ministerial intent on from the perspective of what potentially will occur later down in the court of law. The second question I have that is also to do with something my colleague Steve Abel has mentioned before is to do with when we're looking at either offshore, mining, or if you're looking at panning for gold in rivers, and what that would affect in terms of other people's enjoyment of that area. And I want to ask if the Minister has received any advice from a common law perspective, because it's not in the regulatory impact statements around torts of public nuisance and neglect. Now, we have seen recently in court of law that this is a significant area that has gotten people from Aotearoa's interest in, particularly when we're looking at the case of Smith and Fonterra. So in this case, has there been any advice that the Minister received from the officials on what that would mean in a common law perspective, where anyone then potentially could take these companies or these areas to court and the liability that they would create in the context of public nuisance and negligence? Thank you.
Dan Bidwell.
I move the debate on this question now close.
The question is that debate on this question now close. All those in favour say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. No. The ayes have it. A party vote has been called for. Please, Clerk, conduct a party vote.
New Zealand National.
49 votes in favour.
New Zealand Labour.
34 votes opposed.
Green Party of Aotearoa, New Zealand.
15 votes opposed.
Act New Zealand.
11 in favour.
New Zealand First.
8 votes in favour.
Te Pāti Māori.
6 opposed.
The ayes are 68, the noes are 55. The motion is agreed. The question is that the Minister's amendments to Part 1 set out on AP number 214 be agreed to. All those in favour say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. No. The noes have it.
Ayes have it, party vote.
A party vote has been called for. Please, Clerk, conduct a party vote.
New Zealand National.
49 votes in favour.
New Zealand Labour.
34 votes opposed.
Green Party of Aotearoa, New Zealand.
15 votes opposed.
Act New Zealand.
11 in favour.
New Zealand First.
8 votes in favour.
Te Pāti Māori.
6 opposed.
The ayes are 68, the noes are 55. The motion is agreed. The question is that Steve Abel's tabled amendment to amend clause 4 be agreed to. All those in favour say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. No. The noes have it.
Party vote.
Party vote has been called for. Please, Clerk.
New Zealand National.
49 votes opposed.
New Zealand Labour.
34 votes in favour.
Green Party of Aotearoa, New Zealand.
15 votes in favour.
Act New Zealand.
11 opposed.
New Zealand First.
8 votes opposed.
Te Pāti Māori.
6 in favour.
The ayes are 55, the noes are 68. The motion is not agreed. The question is that Steve Abel's tabled amendment to delete clause 5(2) be agreed to. All those in favour say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. No. The noes have it. A party vote has been called for. Please, Clerk.
New Zealand National.
49 votes opposed.
New Zealand Labour.
34 votes in favour.
Green Party of Aotearoa, New Zealand.
Te kamarima ngā poti whakaai.
Act New Zealand.
11 opposed.
New Zealand First.
8 votes opposed.
Te Pāti Māori.
6 in favour.
The ayes are 55, the noes are 68. The motion is not agreed. The question is that Steve Abel's tabled amendment to delete clause 10 be agreed to. All those in favour say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. No. The noes have it. The party vote has been called for. Please, Clerk.
New Zealand National.
49 votes opposed.
New Zealand Labour.
34 votes in favour.
Green Party of Aotearoa, New Zealand.
Te kamarima ngā poti whakaai.
Act New Zealand.
11 opposed.
New Zealand First.
8 votes opposed.
Te Pāti Māori.
6 in favour.
The ayes are 55, the noes are 68. The motion is not agreed. The question is that Steve Abel's tabled amendment to insert new section 12C in clause 12 be agreed to. All those in favour say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. No. The noes have it. A party vote has been called for. Please, Clerk.
New Zealand National.
49 votes opposed.
New Zealand Labour.
34 votes in favour.
Green Party of Aotearoa, New Zealand.
Te kamarima ngā poti whakaai.
Act New Zealand.
11 opposed.
New Zealand First.
8 votes opposed.
Pāti Māori.
6 in favour.
The ayes are 55, the noes are 68. The motion is not agreed. The question is that part 1 as amended stand part. All those in favour say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. No. The ayes have it. A party vote has been called for. Please, Clerk, conduct a party vote.
New Zealand National.
49 votes in favour.
New Zealand Labour.
34 votes opposed.
Green Party of Aotearoa, New Zealand.
Te kamarima ngā poti whakahei.
Act New Zealand.
11 in favour.
New Zealand First.
8 votes in favour.
Te Pāti Māori.
6 opposed.
The ayes are 68, the noes are 55. The motion is agreed. Members, we now come to Part 2. Part 2 is the debate on clauses 14 to 35, amendments to Subpart 1 of Part 1B of the Principal Act. The question is that Part 2 stand part. Honourable Dr Megan Woods.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And this Part 2 of the Act is largely around how it is that permits are allocated. There's a range of things that goes through all tiers of permits, tiers 1, 2 and 3 permits that are in here. But one of the critical changes that this government is bringing into place in terms of overturning the changes that the previous government put in place in 2018 with the amendments to the CMA as it was then, was to explicitly restrict petroleum exploration permits to be allocated via public tender methods, including block offer, and this bill reverses this change, allowing for other methods to be used. Now, obviously there's going to be a lot of questions around these other methods, how it is that these are going to interplay, what the detail of this really means. What we know is that Clause 14 of this bill removes Sections 23(2) of the Principal Act. And in addition to reversing the ban on new exploration for oil and gas that our government put into place, this removes the restriction on applications for petroleum exploration permits to only open block. This change allows for those other methods to come into play. For example, priority in time permits. And I think this is a method for allocating permits that was in place before 2013. It was really only in 2013 that going to the mechanism of block offer really became the standard. So how it is that these two things are going to interplay. And I think one of the, this goes to the crux of what we were talking about earlier in Part 1 and really gets down to that nitty-gritty detail. That what we know is that since 2014, we have been seeing a long-run decline in exploration activity in New Zealand, and this is consistent with global trends in oil and gas investment in exploration. It's not just in New Zealand. In 2014, I think everyone will note, is way before 2018 when the ban was put into place. This is actually about facing up to reality and New Zealand's energy future, that we've been seeing that decline anyway. So is the first question for the Minister, is he envisioning block offers to come back into play? Is this a mechanism for allocation that he will be using, as was the case post-2013? That became more of the normal of how we allocated permits in New Zealand. Of course, a block offer is when a government identifies an area and goes out essentially to open tender to the market and invites people to bid in and say what they want to do in that area, or they are going to allow the priority in time that at any point in time someone who wishes to have an exploration permit can identify an area where they'd like that and come in and apply for a permit in that area. So this is one of the critical questions in terms of the balance and how the Minister sees that playing out in this new regime that he's putting in place. I'd also like to know the indications and the advice that the Minister has around the demand that there is going to be for these permits. That he seems to be flying in the face of all the accepted wisdom in terms of the demand that sits out there for these permits, in terms of the appetite to come and invest and start exploration again in New Zealand. The Minister is hanging his hat on this being the answer to New Zealand's energy security, so he must have some pretty rock solid advice that there's people sitting out there wanting either through block offer or through a priority in time permit or some other mechanism the Minister may be thinking of, which he can elucidate and inform the House about, that there is going to be this international appetite that will be counter to what we're seeing in other places to come in and invest in New Zealand. It will also turn around the historical trend that we've been seeing in New Zealand for over a decade now in terms of exploration in this country. So one of the things that we would like to know is all of those things. In terms of the other application methods other than this public tender that these amendments in Part 2 of this legislation allow, these will be in the regulations and programs that will determine the detailed requirements for the allocation methods. And given a lot of this detail sits, Mr. Chairman, a lot of this detail sits below the legislation in terms of the regs and the petroleum program, I'd be interested, and I'm sure the House would be interested, to hear from the Minister some of the detail that sits around what will be contained in those subordinate instruments that we are enacting and bringing back with these amendments in Part 2 of the legislation. It's fair to say that it's very hard for the House to make a call. I would thought all members, no matter what side they're sitting on, without actually having the information and the detail that sits within that regulatory framework to know how this is going to operate, because it certainly isn't clear from the legislation. And the bill does not make any reference to the timeframes in applying for a permit, for example, that sits in there. Will this be in the regulations? Will this be in the petroleum program? What is that likely to be? When are we likely to know about it? How will the public have time to consult on that? What is the detail? And the House needs to know that. The other concern that certainly was raised at Select Committee, that adding additional permit allocation methods will exacerbate existing issues in regard to iwi engagement. Since 2013, the preferred method has been through the block offer system. As cumbersome as this has been for iwi, particularly in Taranaki, to take part in, there has been a predictable way in which engagement has taken place through that block offer method. What will this look like if we have to go to this more ad hoc allocation method in terms of the priority time permits? What will the requirements for consultation be? What support will there be for iwi and hapu around that consultation? How long will they be notified in advance that there is a permit? And all those timeframes, some really important and fundamental questions to the operation of this legislation sit in Part 2. They're very overarching comments, Mr. Chairman. I'll be back with some more specific questions around these clauses later in the debate.
Honourable Shane Jones.
There's a bunch of important questions there, and because this is a relatively modest and non-controversial portion of this amended piece of legislation, proposed legislation, the existing processes for hapu and iwi remain. They are provisions that are important to various stakeholders, certainly in Taranaki. The question as to what is the future of the block offer method, that will not be ruled out by this legislation, but the legislation introduces alternative approaches and processes for the allocation of an entitlement to reinvigorate, rediscover, recharge this indigenous resource called the gas industry. That's all this portion, sir, of the legislation is doing. It doesn't hobble the ability of tangata whenua to participate, providing that they're very focused and they don't pretend they've got a power of veto. The national interests of keeping the lights on go beyond the interests of any segment of our community. And let's face it, this resource still does contribute to our electricity system. So I repeat, tangata whenua opportunities for consultation and engagement, they remain. Block offer option, they are enriched and they're augmented by other approaches. And I would say that the works program today, in respect of the question offered by the former minister, is out for consultation on this very day. And on that basis, people can raise issues and have questions answered via the internet. But look, I'm looking forward to answering all manner of questions when I have my public meeting on Friday in Taranaki.
All right, and can I just invite members to, if we can get some question and answer dialogue going on, the Chair will certainly indulge that rather than each speaker standing up and perhaps seeking to take up the whole 5 minutes and beyond. That way we might just get the proposed new method, which hasn't really become in vogue yet, of extracting the right answers and information. Bearing in mind, I understand it takes two to tango. Steve Abel.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I appreciate that opportunity. And specifically, I would appreciate the Minister answering a little on the opening up of conservation land in Taranaki to mining. I wonder what specific advice he received from DOC on how that would be managed. Obviously, we oppose the opening of conservation land for mining, but given that's the intent of the Minister, what advice on how that would be practically managed? Would that include for the new Tier 3 variety of mining? Or would that be, and would that include all other varieties of mining as well? So could that potentially include some of the most intensive forms of mining? If it was gold mining, for instance, it could include crushing of rock and extraction of gold using cyanide with tailings and so forth. I wonder what the extent of that is. And the other question, which I'm happy to sit down and see if the Minister's happy to have a back and forth on it, is regarding the impact on treaty settlements in this regard. I know there are Taranaki iwi for whom important parts of their settlements involved conservation land and the management of conservation resources in Taranaki. And I wonder what advice the Minister has received on the impact on treaty settlements. That's some initial questions there.
Carry on, Mr. Abel, if you...
Okay. Thank you. And just to follow up on my colleagues...
But what I'll do is just, the Minister's obviously taking advice. I'm quite happy to wait so that, to ensure that he is hearing the questions.
Yep.
So,
and I've heard the questions, sir.
All right, carry on, Mr. Abel.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The other one is to follow up on my colleague's question, the last round, on the statutory definition of promote versus manage. I think it would be useful for the House to hear a response to that, because it did seem to be of some concern that in the instance of an existing active mining activity of whatever variety, that the question of promoting it became no longer the relevant question. Now it became a question of managing it. And could he clarify the statutory definition of promote where it applies to management of a resource, and is there a need to make it clear that the Minister still retains a responsibility for managing existing mining activities?
Sir.
The Honourable Minister.
Can I direct the Green Party member to page 13, section 31. Section 50A is repealed, i.e. Taranaki conservation land for the purposes of petroleum entitlement allocation is being changed. In relation to the connection between Taranaki conservation land and Tier 3, there is no gold, to the best of my knowledge, being mined in Taranaki.
Glenn Bennett.
Mr. Chair, and I appreciate your guidance earlier, and I particularly appreciate your use of language in terms of talking about how we extract the answers, which is obviously what this debate's about, is about how do we prevent it. But I want to I've got a series of questions. My first is around clause 28A, which is the declaration that permits not be issued or extended for specified land for specified purposes. And in the change of legislation here, I'm looking at, it says after section 28A brackets 1, insert, and it goes on to insert 1AA, which is the Minister made it clear that during a specified period, specified kinds of permits, and it goes on number A there, around specified land. Now I just want to clarify, I know it's in section 24, just to make sure we are clear, and obviously your previous answer around conservation land, will only be granted if in respect of specified land. Can we just confirm what that is? My next question is if I flip the page and look at section 29B, which is, if I'm flicking through the Act here, 29B, which is process for considering application under public tender for conditional exploration permit, and what the minister is inserting here is after section 29B bracket 1 bracket A, they're going to insert bracket AB. The office specifies a date that is the latest acceptable reassessment date. Now, I just want to understand, the Minister can explain what that actually means, the last acceptable reassessment date, because that sort of sounds like we're holding on for dear life to the latest moment, you know, to 1 minute to midnight or whatever it is. So I'd like an answer for that. My next question, I'll just keep firing them through, is section 40, which is that there's a, looking at the Crown Minerals Act, section 40, if I flip my page here, which is the surrender of permit. And the Minister adds in, well, we'll be adding in, replace section 40 brackets 9, and it goes on with a whole series of statements there. But the question I have is right at the bottom there is looking over there is they add the permit was granted on and after 21 August 2003.
Part 3.
Is this part 3?
Yeah.
I've run ahead. Okay, we'll leave those other three questions for you, and I'll come to that one when we get to there.
That was actually that was actually still part 2 on 26.
No, it wasn't. Clause 40 is talking about.
Clause 26. 26. Anyway, we can clarify. We've got ample time to clarify that. Honourable Megan Woods.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And one of the things I'd just like some clarification on an earlier answer that the Minister gave. And am I to understand correctly that the Minister is saying that the amendments to the Crown Minerals Petroleum Regulations 2007, that this is the work program that he is saying is currently out for consultation, and that this is the work that is currently being consulted on, so that would be good to clarify, because of course after the passage of this legislation amendments to those existing regulations will be required. So just some clarity, and also some timelines around if they're out for consultation now, what is the expected timelines to those regulations. One of the things, and I'm happy, Mr. Chair, to stop for the Minister to hear the questions while he receives advice, if that's useful, Mr. Chair. Just saying I'm happy to pause while the Minister can hear the questions.
So you ready?
Yep.
Yeah. So what I would like is to understand more around the Tier 3 permits. This is, of course, a new mechanism that's coming through in this legislation. So when we have a look, the process for consider application for Tier 3, which is an application for a Tier 3 permit must provide to the Minister, that's all specified. Then we have that before granting a permit, the Minister must be satisfied that the applicant is highly likely to comply with and give proper effect to the work program, taking into account, 1, the applicant's technical capability. Just like some more detail on what it is that will be considered when making that assessment around the applicant's technical capability. This is, of course, something that the Minister will be considering in terms of a statutory decision. So what are the criteria around technical capability that will be put there? Then the applicant's financial capability. Now, I won't be moving into decommissioning because that's clearly in part 3 of the bill, but what will be taking into consideration anything over and above the ability for decommissioning in terms of the financial capability of the applicant there. These, of course, are Tier 3 and around there, and any other relevant information on the applicant's failure to comply with permits or rights or conditions in respect to those permits. So what are the things that will be taken in consideration when the Minister is making decisions and any other relevant information? What does he see? What is the advice that he's got that might be other relevant information that will come to bear on that decision making? And then we go over to section 25, which is the revocation or transfer of those permits. One of the questions I have for the Minister is that it spells out in this clause that the Minister may revoke or transfer the permit to the Minister in replacement of the permit holder if he's satisfied that the permit holder has contravened a condition of the permit or the Act or the regulations. One of the things that I'm unclear from, and it doesn't seem to be clear, is how that interacts with the earlier clause that I'm talking about. If you have had a permit revoked, if the Minister has revoked or transferred that permit back to the Minister, can you reapply for a permit? Can you reapply for the same permit in the same place if you go on to satisfy the Minister? Or is that ruled out? And what about someone who has had a permit revoked? Can they apply for a permit over a different area if they have failed to comply with the conditions of an earlier permit? Thank you.
Mr. Chair.
Reuben Davidson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just wanted to pick up on some comments that the Minister made a couple of answers ago, and I've got some questions off the back of those. I think prior to asking the questions, it's important to remember the context in which the Select Committee received and heard submissions for and against this bill, and the speed at which that happened. So the specific comment that the Minister made was about this being non-controversial, and so I was keen, as the first question really was to know how he reaches the conclusion that this is non-controversial, especially given the context of just some excerpts from a couple of submissions. One from the Te Kotahitanga Marae in Hirakino, which stated full and unwavering opposition, and also went on to state that it threatens the very land we live on and the future of our people. So I'm interested to know how the Minister would suggest that that is non-controversial. Secondly, a submission from the Worldwide Fund for Nature New Zealand, which details international scientific consensus that the use of fossil fuels for energy consumption is the leading cause of climate change, responsible for more than 3/4 of global greenhouse gas emissions. In the context of those two submissions alone, interested to know, there are plenty more I could share, how the term non-controversial could be used in relation to this, and also what the threshold for controversial would have to be, given the context of just that tiny sample of submissions. Further questions on that process would be around, and this was a theme that came through in, if not all, the vast majority of submissions, what the need for speed was with the movement of this legislation. Whether the Minister has a sense of the total volume of submissions that were received, given the very, very small window of time, what that very large number of submissions were, what the percentage of those submissions that were in opposition were, and also whether the Minister, particularly in the context of the excerpt from the Te Kotahitanga Marae that I shared, whether the Minister could give us any examples of iwi submissions that were made in support of the changes suggested in the bill. Thank you.
Mr. Chair.
The Honourable Minister.
So I want to deal with the question. It was a very detailed question as to what is the meaning or what's the importance of the expression specified. So it is it's an administrative term, and it pertains to the area that will be circumscribed as being available for extractive or exploratory or prospecting activity. It will be specified in such a way there is no doubt as to where the boundaries are. On the question of Māori submissions, I've covered that off, and I'm the first to admit, sir, that the submissions reflect a wide array of passion, perspectives. However, that lay within the purview of the members of the Select Committee, and I salute them for their service. However, I have already pointed out, for the purposes of allocating entitlements under this statute, the provision enabling Māori engagement to take place has not changed.
Point of order, Glenn Bennett.
I'm just seeking your clarification in my previous, because I just to understand, because I was speaking in my previous call to clause 26, which talks about section 40 being amended.
The member's right. You were referring to 20 and 26, which are in section 2. So you'd be welcome to carry on your question.
Mr. Chair, thank you.
Or you might want to reiterate your question.
Thank you very much. Yeah, thank you for that clarification. And the reason I want to understand is because there is obviously a series of additions.
Section 40 is in part 3.
Yes, that's. But it is clause 26. Thank you. Thank you very much. So I just want to understand, because what it does, if I look at the Act which I have in front of me, it actually adds something new in terms of, and I understand that in the current Act as it stands, it does say the permit was granted before 21 August 2023.
So just what section are you on now, Mr. Bennett?
Sorry, I've just been talking about clause 26,
right,
which then speaks to
Thank you.
So, and I think it's on my paper. It's page 12. I'm looking at in terms of, because what I'm seeing and wanting to understand from the minister is currently, yes, it does have the 21st that permits that was granted before 21 August 2023 and was a permit other than in respect to petroleum, and then it goes on to add something which isn't in the original bill. I just want to understand why the minister has chosen to add the next part, which is the permit was granted on or after 21 August 2003. Now, currently as it stands, I know it is in a previous part, but why is that's being added in terms of the permit was granted on or after 21 August 2003? Hopefully my question is clear, because I just don't see it in the current legislation, but I'm seeing it being added to this new piece, and I want the minister to clarify why that is being put in there. Thank you.
Land Farm.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just have a very specific question and proposed amendment in response to the Minister's response to a prior call by my colleague Steve Abel. So this is about section 31 in part 2, which is page 13 of the bill. And this was about the repeal of the restricted access to Taranaki conservation land. And I'd really like to hear from the Minister, because we haven't had a response, about what advice he has received from DOC on this, and has he considered that advice in making this decision to repeal Section 50A of the Crown Minerals Act. Now, I really want to point that out because we have a proposed amendment to delete clause 31, and so this is on page 13, lines 10 and 11, which would have the effect of not repealing section 50A. So really keen to hear from the Minister about any advice from DOC and whether that has been considered in his decision to proceed with this clause. Thank you.
Glenn Bennett. Oh, sorry, the Honourable Minister. How I missed you, I'll never know, Mr Jones.
I can revert to volume, but for fear of being censured again, I'll behave. Look, I think the point that's made about the Taranaki conservation land, obviously in the development of any policy, there is advice sought from a range of government departments, but the point that this provision makes is that that land will now be made available. And I accept, sir, that not everyone is of a single mind in that regard. And the fact that policy may have been, advice may have been drawn from government departments is just part of the policy making process. I just want to go back to an earlier question, because it was a very important question, and I've sought some advice. And it had to do with clause 24. Was there a process for assessing whether or not a person's, if I can use that word figuratively, appropriateness or capacity to comply, is that being taken into account? So the things relate obviously to what is their technical capability. As the former minister has referred to, I think, will their financial capability be taken into place? Yes. And would one study their past behaviours? So that criteria, whilst it may not be totally outlined legislatively, obviously it's within the code of practice that we would expect the civil service to apply. And the overall test in terms of an applicant's ability to comply with the work program is such that there are cases, if they don't comply, they don't get a permit. But at the same time, the whole purpose of Tier 3 and the references that are being made here is to ensure that it's not so burdensome that it squashes entrepreneurial resolve and it actually ends up hobbling the industry. Quite straightforward and riddled with common sense, I report.
The Honourable Megan Woods.
Thank you, and I thank the Minister for talking more about the criteria that will be applied for that decision making in terms of the suitability of applicants. One of the things that I am interested to know that the Minister didn't address, Mr Chair, is whether someone has a permit revoked, if this will rule them out from holding a permit either in the same area or in alternative areas, whether there's a time frame around that, or what the Minister would need to be satisfied that someone had gone on the appropriate redemption arc in terms of the ability to hold a permit and what that would look like.
That's actually a very important point. Now, as in other statutory regimes, one smudge against an entity's name should not condemn them to permanent exile. We have cases, for example, in the fishing industry where there may have been infractions in the past, but people consider the changes that they may have made, the efforts, sir, to improve their capacity to comply. And I think that the former minister is well aware, and I'm sure the more sentient members of the opposition will appreciate, that the test is likely to comply. And these are judgments that are made by the civil service within the confines of the law on a regular basis. And I don't need to recite examples where there have been cases of infraction, but people have tidied their act up and they've been able to continue on. And indeed, the gold, well, I fear I won't talk about any more gold because I actually want us to focus on Taranaki.
Honourable Megan Woods.
Chairman, I thank the Minister for that, and I do point him to the clause of the bill that I am asking question on, which is clause 19, which inserts a new 29AB, the process for consideration application for Tier 3 permit. So while the Minister says these are considerations that bureaucrats need to take into consideration, what we're talking about here is actually ministerial decision making. That what we have in 29, so that inserts the new 29AB, the process for considering applications for Tier 3 permits, and under number 2, it's that the Minister must be satisfied. So these are decisions the Minister will be making, not his officials. not bureaucrats that will be making these. So the Minister refers to the one smudge not being out. I think the House needs to have more of an understanding from the Minister what are the kinds of considerations that the Minister himself will be taking into account, because this isn't something that is being delegated out through this legislation. This is something that the Minister will be doing themselves. So in terms of any other relevant information, I'm still unclear whether or not, if you have contravened a previous permit, if that rules you out either in coming further down the line and seeking another permit on that same area of land, or whether you decide that you've lost a permit in that area, so you're going to go and apply for a permit across the road. I'm still not clear whether that is something the Minister will countenance, and given there is a lot of power being given to the Minister with a new class of permit that's being introduced through this section of the legislation, the House needs to know this detail. The Minister can't simply say, my officials will take that into consideration, because the Minister has brought to the floor of this House a piece of legislation that is saying these are things that he has thought through. These are things that he is seeking permission to do, and this is how the House can be satisfied the kinds of things that will be taken into consideration.
Mr Chair.
Glenn Bennett.
Kia ora, Mr Chair. As it was alluded to or spoken to by my colleague Reuben Davidson, obviously there was a rush process and we understand the reality of that, but I'm going to be speaking to section 35, the amendment around the duration of permit. And I just want to understand from the Minister, this... apologise if this is offensive, but it feels like this was done on the fly in terms of done very quickly and the expectation of officials to get it right. Therefore, would there be a chance or an opportunity maybe for us to consider some amendments? Because when I look at section 35, the amendment here around the 8A, tier 3 permit expires, it's got 10 years after the commencement date. Now, when I look at section 35, the duration period of the actual original bill, there are so many different time frames in this. If I look at the bill, there's 4 years is one of them. Then there's 15 years when it comes to petroleum. Or when you look at other minerals other than petroleum, it's 10 years, which obviously is consistent with what is in here. But then it talks further on about a mining permit of 40 years. And I don't want to give the Minister opportunity to extend this, God forbid. But in terms of the consideration when the Minister did sign off, did obviously signal what he wanted in the legislation and then what actually appeared, has there been any consideration given to this bill, which obviously is more than 30 years old? There's been changes over the years, in terms of whether these duration timeframes are right? I mean, personally, obviously, this side of the House would want, if and when this bill does pass, to see those timeframes shortened, because we want to move on and transition to renewables. We want to transition away from our reliance on having to dig things out of the ground. So, Mr Chair, my question to the Minister is, given that he is making some quite major changes to the bill, is there any consideration to maybe consider, is this duration period, section 35, actually fit for purpose in 2024 and going forward? And would it be important maybe for us to review it, to look in terms of if we're doing it, if we're here now, why not look at it and see what we could do to actually improve this, but also look at how do we speed up the reliance on fossil fuels.
Mr. Chair. Honourable Minister.
Sir, obviously any reference to a minister has the capacity to delegate down to the civil service. In relation to the last contribution, the man said that he may or may not have an amendment. If he wants to table amendment, that's up to him.
Megan Woods.
Mr Chair, one piece of information that I am still waiting for the Minister, and it would be appreciated if we could have that information, is that clarity around the program that he said that was out for consultation, whether that is the amendments to the regulations that will be required by these legislative changes, and if that is the case, what is the time frame in terms of the conclusion of that consultation and when we can expect to see those new regulations put in place, or is this something else that's out for consultation? It is a genuine question, Mr Chair. But I think one of the things, going back to the core that this part does, in terms of the new allocation methods, in terms of there being different opening periods, and I think that is something that will require some change in terms of prior to 2018, when the changes were made. New Zealand was using the block office system, which was quite a regimented system. There was some certainty around timeframes, but this is bringing in alternative allocation measures through these amendments to the legislation here in Part 2. The bill doesn't make any reference for timeframes when applying for these permits, where this was predictable. Under a block office system, there are still some live questions around what that will look like under a more ad hoc system, where people can come and they can apply for a permit. What do the timeframes look like? And I think that is something that many people will want to know, and something that needs to be answered. There were some suggestions made through the course of the submissions at the Select Committee. People were talking about bifurcated regimes in terms of onshore and offshore. Is this something the Minister is considering, or is he considering there will be kind of one regime that will go across both sorts of permits? So something that really keen to allow for. And also that Section 23A1 of the Act allows for applications, of course, to be made to the Chief Executive. So this is, unlike the previous clause that I was talking about, where the Minister will be making a decision, this is something that will actually be going through to the Chief Executive of ME. And the detail of that application process will be set out in the regulations, and I circle back to how I started this contribution and this question, Mr Chair, is that the regulations that are currently out for consultation.
Mr Chair.
Glenn Bennett.
Thank you, Mr Chair. I was actually struggling. I was busily writing my amendment. That's why it took me a little moment to get to my feet. Because I think this is important, and given the Minister has offered for me to put an amendment on the table, I am going to propose an amendment, which I will pose. But also, I agree, and I wasn't, in no way was I trying to undermine the Minister in terms of delegation. I totally understand that. So in terms of delegating this work to the officials, and I think the officials need to be commended for their hard work they do to support the work of ministers and of this Parliament. But what I am looking at is an amendment in Section 35. So to amend Section 35, the duration of permit on 8A, Tier 3 permit expires 5 years after the commencement. So removing the 10 and putting in 5 years in there, Mr Chair. And the reason I want to propose that amendment is I think this is a this is an interesting space for us to be in terms of the Tier 3 that's been inserted into this bill. And I feel like it's just giving it a bit of time and a bit of space for us to reflect, a bit of a time and space to ensure that this legislation, once it becomes the Act of Parliament, that actually not fit for purpose, but the reality would be that in terms of when you look at the potential damage that could be done, or the potential of the consequences, and I know we're looking at, I read earlier about streams and rivers, and of course we have a lot of work to do to ensure they are swimmable and they are usable. So, Mr Chair, I will continue writing my amendment as quick as I can, so I can get it on the table to look at it being 5 years rather than 10. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Honourable Megan Wood, Dr. Megan Wood.
Chair. Mr. Chair, I was actually delaying getting up because I was hoping the Minister, and it looks like he may be updating us in terms of those critical questions around the regulations that are currently out for consultation and whether that is the 2007 regulation. So I'll allow the Minister to speak.
Yeah, consultation is available, Mr. Chair, till February 2025. And there'll be, as is sort of consistent with the approach of this government, there'll be ample opportunity for stakeholders to have their say. And of course, I'm talking about the petroleum program work, which is a regular feature of this part of our natural resource economy. And it's difficult to see what else I can say other than that. And I have a sense that my capacity to answer questions has been exhausted because they're getting repetitive.
Dan Bidwell.
I move the debate on this question now close.
The question is that debate on this question now close. All those in favour say aye. Aye. To contrary, no. The ayes have it. A party vote is called for. Please conduct a party vote.
New Zealand National.
49 votes in favour.
New Zealand Labour.
34 votes opposed.
Green Party of Aotearoa, New Zealand.
Rako Marima Napoti Whakahe.
Act New Zealand.
11 votes in favour.
New Zealand First.
8 votes in favour.
Te Pāti Māori.
6 opposed.
The ayes are 68, the noes are 55. The question is agreed. The question is that the Minister's amendments to Part 2 set out on AP number 214 be agreed to. All those in favour say aye. Aye. To contrary, no. The ayes have it. A party vote is called for. Please conduct a party vote.
New Zealand National.
49 votes in favour.
New Zealand Labour.
34 votes opposed.
Green Party of Aotearoa, New Zealand.
Te Kaumarima Napoti Whakahe.
Act New Zealand.
11 votes in favour.
New Zealand First.
8 votes in favour.
Te Pāti Māori.
6 opposed.
The ayes are 68, the noes are 55. The question is agreed. The question is that Steve Abel's tabled amendments to delete clauses 14, 15 and 16 be agreed to. All those in favour say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. No. The noes have it. Party vote is called for. Please conduct a party vote.
New Zealand National.
49 votes opposed.
New Zealand Labour.
34 votes in favour.
Green Party of Aotearoa, New Zealand.
Te Kaumarima Napoti Whakaai.
Act New Zealand.
11 votes opposed.
New Zealand First.
8 votes opposed.
Te Pāti Māori.
6 in favour.
The ayes are 55, the noes are 68. The question is not agreed. The question is that Steve Abel's tabled amendment to delete clause 31 be agreed to. All those in favour say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. No. The noes have it. Party vote is called for. Please conduct the party vote.
New Zealand National.
49 votes opposed.
New Zealand Labour.
34 votes in favour.
Green Party of Aotearoa, New Zealand.
Te Kaumarima Napoti Whakaai.
Act New Zealand.
11 votes opposed.
New Zealand First.
8 votes opposed.
Te Pāti Māori.
6 in favour.
The ayes are 55, the noes are 68. The question is not agreed. The question is that Part 2, as amended, stand part. All those in favour say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. No. The ayes have it. Party vote is called for. Please conduct a party vote.
New Zealand National.
49 votes in favour.
New Zealand Labour.
34 votes opposed.
Green Party of Aotearoa, New Zealand.
Te Komarima na poti whakahe.
Act New Zealand.
11 votes in favour.
New Zealand First.
8 votes in favour.
Te Pāti Māori.
6 opposed.
The ayes are 68, the noes are 55. The question is agreed. Members, we come now to part 3. This is the debate on clauses 36 to 50, amendments to the rest of the Principal Act and the schedule. The question is that part 3 stand part. The Honourable Dr Megan Woods.
Mr Chairman, part 3 of this legislation is largely concerned with the changes to the decommissioning provisions in the legislation. A bit of context for this, I think it's useful for the House that our government changed the decommissioning regime in New Zealand, and we did this for a very good reason. And that is because the New Zealand taxpayers were left holding the bill of nearly $500 million for cleaning up after the operator left the Tui oil field. That is the New Zealand taxpayer that had to stump up nearly $500 million, dollars that could otherwise be spent on hospitals, that could be spent on schools, that could be spent on housings, could be spent on all manner of things, but instead the Crown was left with a liability for an international company that extracted its profits from New Zealand, then left the mess for us to clean up. This was in no way fair. Our government moved to tidy this up and to ensure that New Zealand taxpayers would never be put at risk again. And as Minister, I was proud to bring those amendments to this House and to ensure that we were protecting New Zealanders from international companies that would come in and not only extract minerals in this country, but extract the security of New Zealanders and their tax dollars as well. It simply is not on. And quite frankly, I am shocked to see this Minister bringing amendments to this House that puts New Zealanders so far down the pecking order, that puts the New Zealand taxpayer at so much risk and exposes them to such financial liability. And this is because, and this goes back to what the Minister told us in part 1, industry hated it. Industry hated the amendments that he made, that they may have to take responsibility for their own risk. So New Zealand moved to put in place the kinds of protections that we see in other first world jurisdictions. But industry didn't like it. Surprise, surprise. So what have we seen? We've seen this Minister who's told us he takes his advice from industry, moving to bend to the will of what industry want again. And that's what we're seeing in part 3 of this legislation, a watering down of those protections for the New Zealand taxpayer. The regulatory impact statement lays bare what the exposure to the New Zealand taxpayer is in terms of liability from decommissioning. The regulatory impact statement tells us that the estimated decommissioning costs of 4 offshore fields is over $2 billion. $2 billion that are the estimated costs of decommissioning, and onshore fields of a further nearly $500 million. The decommissioning cost per field can range from $2 million at the low end to $1 billion at the high end, and that the Crown Minerals Amendment Act introduced a risk-based decommissioning regime that reduced the risk to taxpayers. That's what the official advice and the regulatory impact statement tells us. So my question to the Minister is, why is it that he is watering down the protections to the New Zealand taxpayer that were put in place? We will go into the details and further contributions, but the one that I want to concentrate on here, and one that has attracted a great deal of attention, is the trailing liability. Why it is that would be limited only to the previous permit holder. What we saw when New Zealand taxpayers ended up carrying the cost and the burden for cleaning up after Tui was because of a complex set of transfers of permits. Loopholes that the previous national government had left in the legislation that exposed the New Zealand taxpayer. We risk this again if trailing liability is limited to only the previous permit holder, so the Minister needs to explain to the House what the policy rationale, the advice of why it is that it is fair to New Zealanders that they have to shoulder the risk of multinational companies that come into New Zealand, extract profit and leave us all holding the risk and the burden.
Sir. The Honourable Minister.
This is an inoffensive part of the legislation. It deals with the fact of how to establish a balance so that we protect, but having a very sophisticated array of options that the regulator can put upon permit holders, without squashing and without ruining the sovereign appeal of our reputation for investors. We know that it's important that we borrow the best practices. For those reasons, our trailing legislative options in this bill enjoy a great deal of resonance with the UK and other such OECD countries. But there has to be a balance, and the balance has been struck. We have tidied up a loophole, Mr. Chair. That loophole ensures that those who sell controlling shares in an entity that may have owned a permit, that they, i.e. the word person pertaining to both an entity and an individual, can be held responsible. Because trailing, Mr. Chair, is all about ensuring that the taxpayers, through regulatory surveillance and regulatory enforcement, can have confidence that those entities that do not comply and do not meet their obligations can be held accountable. But the ways to hold them accountable are not simply singular. There are a range of instruments that this bill enables the regulator to use to impose that enforceable obligation. And I won't mention any firms, because a number of the firms have inherited historic decommissioning obligations that go back to earlier companies. So I don't think that clamour should be mistaken for clarity or coherence. And I know that this is a slightly excitable portion for some members, but it's a relatively inoffensive technical set of provisions, and it ensures that those people who hold permits cannot escape their obligations. And it's done in a modernised, sophisticated way by people who understand the chicanery of commerce.
The Honourable Megan Woods.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I thank the Minister for that contribution, but I think the question still remains, why is it that the Minister is choosing to prioritise the needs and wants of multinational companies over those of New Zealanders and New Zealand taxpayers? But one of the things that the Minister said is that this aligns us with best practice in other countries. Well, the Minister's own advice, the regulatory impact statement, Mr. Chairman, tells us that jurisdictions such as the UK and Australia impose perpetual liability on decommissioned wells and infrastructure for infrastructure that is left in situ in the EEZ and the continental shelf. So what the Minister has told the House is simply incorrect. Yep. That actually other countries seek to protect their citizens and their taxpayers over and above the interests of multinational companies that come in and seek to extract profit. So I think the Minister needs to clarify that comment that he just made to the House. The other that the Minister needs to answer to this House is why it is when the advice in the regulatory impact statement tells us that the option of limiting trailing liability to the immediate permit holder will, I quote, increase the likelihood in a case where financial security fails and enforcement against liable parties is unsuccessful, the Crown will need to assume responsibility as a last resource. He is increasing the risk. And let's not make any bones about it, Mr. Chair. It is not the Crown, it is the New Zealand taxpayer that is being increased at. This government is putting New Zealanders on the hook for the risk of multinational companies, and they are saying that it's an uncontroversial piece of the legislation. The regulatory impact statement also lays out the multiple uncertainties with the route that the government has chosen to go down, talking about the likelihood and scale of financial security failing or being insufficient in a given case. So, Minister, have you received further advice on this, and has this uncertainty now been cleared? And also the nature of the field involved in the default, the small versus large, offshore versus onshore. What is the nature of the risk on that? Has that changed since the regulatory impact statement was presented? At what point the time decommissioning eventuates, whether or not it's exploration versus production? Has the Minister given any consideration to having different trailing liabilities in terms of the point of decommissioning of various wells, and if not, why not? And the number of available liable persons, because the Minister is sitting there talking about these permits transferring from person to person. Let's make clear, these transfer from corporation to corporation, and often, Mr. Chair, what we have seen in the past is that these have been shell companies that have been set up that don't have the requisite number of liable people that are there. And that is when New Zealanders were left holding a $500 million baby to clean up after the international oil and gas industry. Money that I can tell you, going and asking for $500 million to clean up after a company that wouldn't clean up after itself, when I had to ask for that money knowing we could have spent it on schools and hospitals and housing, was one of the worst days that I had as a minister, Mr. Chair. So how is it that this minister can stand with any integrity and tell New Zealanders he has their interests at heart, when clearly it is industry that are pulling the strings?
The Honourable Minister.
I direct the member to Section 89, and there it will be evident that this minister has closed a loophole that was left by the former regime. There was a level of dilatoriness because there was too much heat in the absence of light. Now let me turn a torch on. In relation to perpetual liability, that is exactly as I said. The reference that the member is making to post-decommissioned perpetual liability is actually correct. And what we are doing, Mr. Chair, what we are doing is introducing various instruments that can be imposed upon parties to ensure that they are on the hook, and that the instruments will incentivise them to meet their compliance obligations. Now, there was an omission, and I direct the member to Section 89 as a consequence of high quality work from the officials, motivated by clear leadership and balance for my good self. And that's probably the most important portion of Part 3. Part 3 closes up a loophole where those who have wanted to practice chicanery can no longer shift around shareholdings and escape liability. And I want to repeat before I sit down, this is a relatively inoffensive, largely harmless piece of the legislation, because it builds upon the better portions of what the last regime put in place to ensure the taxpayer wasn't stiffed. But what they did is they left a gaping hole that crooks could walk through. We have closed that down, and we have left options that regulators can use to hold parties accountable beyond one blunt instrument. Because after all, we need a level of investment in our natural resource sector, and investors look for options that suit both the regulator and suit themselves. That's how international commerce works. Because we didn't have that level of sophistication, international commerce withered under the last regime.
Steve Abel.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, and I appreciate the Minister raising Section 89 in Part 3. There is a direct tension, Mr. Chair, between the desire of the Minister to promote and make, in his words, New Zealand a sovereign, talk about sovereign attractiveness, I think was the term he gave, the desire for the Minister to promote, and at the same time the duty and responsibility of the Minister to manage the risk of any given mining activity. And here in Section 89 is set out what the Minister has described as what can be the burdens that can be placed by means of acceptable financial security on those miners and extractors. So the challenge here, and I put it to the Minister, under Section 89ZM, matters to which the Minister must have regard in determining acceptable financial security include a number of factors to do with the nature of the person undertaking the activity. For example, the Minister must, in Section 89ZM1B, the prescribed criteria, if any, relating to acceptable financial security arrangements, including without limitation the following particular kinds of amounts of financial security, any prescribed hierarchy of securities, whether there is a preferred kind of security in the particular situation. How will the Minister evaluate things like, as he is obliged to do, the estimated cost of decommissioning, the extent to which the amount to be secured will cover the estimated cost of decommissioning, the extent to which the financial security arrangement to be put in place will ensure that the Crown will obtain payment of the amount in the event that the permit holder or licence holder fails to carry out the decommissioning or separately meet those costs. As my colleague Megan Woods was pointing out, we have had a catastrophic example of this with the failure of a company. Any information relating to the current or emerging risks to the permit holders or licence holders' ability to comply with their obligations under this subpart. So there are a multitude of things where it is the Minister who is responsible for determining how much of a burden will be placed on the permit holder to ensure that he is protecting the broader risks to us as a nation, both to the public purse but also to the environment, because obviously where there is a failure to undertake decommissioning, where there is a problem, where there's contamination that is not dealt with, it is not only a burden on the public to pay for the cost of cleaning that up if the company in question has not done the job, it is also an impact, possibly intergenerational contamination of the environment and something that may not be possible to clean up. How does the Minister ensure that the tension between his desire to make New Zealand an attractive prospect and his obligation to protect the interests of our country from the risks and the harms caused by that activity, including the costs of decommissioning, how does he get those numbers right? Who will be making those evaluations? Who will be making those assessments? And is there not, would he not agree, a significant risk that in his desire to achieve sovereign attractiveness, he will fail in his obligation to protect the sovereign commons of Aotearoa, New Zealand?
Helen White.
Thank you. I first of all wanted to stand up for the people of Sandringham who got a bit of a go-over by the Minister last night and were belittled. The people of Sandringham are people who are well-informed, they're very interested in this area and they're very concerned, Minister, about the implications of this section in particular. So this part is of concern because it has in it, we have a story, and you've heard Megan would talk about this, the story of Tui. And we, in Sandringham, are particularly concerned about the risk that we face as taxpayers and the risk to the environment. So what I would ask the Minister is, in the changes that are being made now, which he says strike a balance, can he give the people of Sandringham an assurance that in fact they are not going to end up, because they're actually the hard-working tradies, sir, and they are the hard-working workers of our city. There are people of very much every walk of life in that particular suburb, which I'm very proud to represent. And I want to know for them, are they going to get into a situation where they are again having to fork out hard-earned taxpayers' money? Or in fact, can you give them an assurance today that your changed legislation will protect them, sir, in the event of another issue where there is a principal party, walk away, on sale, etc. Now, I want to know whether that is an assurance you are confidently giving today. I'd also like to know...
Please don't bring the chair into
Sorry,
the debate.
sir. Whether the Minister is able to confidently give an assurance to the hard-working people of Sandringham, of all walks of life, who often have small businesses, they often work for wages, they don't have a lot of spare cash at the moment. Is the Minister prepared to give them that assurance that this will not be a walk down memory lane where they end up having to fork out? Because my context for that is that there are articles that talk about the amount of money that the oil and gas machine is making out there, and I just quote one of those, $2 trillion worth of profits in the last 3 decades of Exxon, Shell, BP and Chevron. That's $2 trillion. So these are very profitable companies that are making money out of exploiting those gases, and surely they should be utterly responsible for the cost of repairing and decommissioning. And I guess the next question I have is, how big is that risk for the people of Sandringham? Are they in fact in a situation where that is a big risk or a little one? And has the Minister had advice on just how big it is? Because my understanding, and please enlighten me if I'm wrong, is that this covers all of the infrastructure that is present at the present time as well. So we have a whole lot of pipes that will be deteriorating. I would like to know whether the Minister has had advice on the exact risk that we have in that situation. Another thing that was asked on the Select Committee by me was, how does this marry up with the Minister for Small Business and Manufacturing's proposal that he will look, and Commerce, his proposal to look at Phoenix companies? And I never got an answer to that, because that is a very interesting proposal to hold people accountable, but I would have expected that to be something that was looked at in terms of this legislation. Is it something where there's legislation coming which we can be rest assured is going to deal with the issue of Phoenix companies and really hold people liable or not? And I'd really like an answer to that question, because I think it's a very valid point given there is another issue coming. And I would also, Minister, like to know further about the UK perpetual liability scheme, because it was mentioned earlier, but is it something that the Minister has actually looked at in terms of, should we be adopting that kind of perpetual liability? And if not, why not? What is wrong with holding these big companies that are making $2 trillion worth of profit in the last 3 years, have referred to this as a cash machine themselves? Why would we not be holding them perpetually liable? Thank you.
Alana Williams.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, for an opportunity to contribute to this debate. It's my first contribution, and I have a number of questions about what the Minister has said concerning his changes to 89Z. Mr. Chair, the Honourable Megan Woods has asked the Minister some questions in good faith based on a specific example in New Zealand's history where Cabinet were required to make some decisions which were heavy, which cost the New Zealand taxpayers, and where New Zealand does not want to be in future. And the Minister has said that this is a relatively inoffensive change. Mr Chair, I'd put it to you that that is ridiculous. If this Minister has come down to the House to play the unwitting ingenue with the Honourable Megan Woods, then he can defend his position that he doesn't think that this bill is in fact watering down the protections for the New Zealand taxpayer, and he should be made to defend that. He should be made to defend the fact that this change is the most valuable thing for the industry that could be done. Because the financial security arrangements that 89Z provides for allow the industry to decide exactly what those arrangements will be. It's the industry who provides on notice, not in consultation, not in line with a number of regulations that are set out in either the primary or secondary legislation, but just simply on notice to the government what that financial security arrangement will look like. We don't even say a forward contract for the risk. We're not even saying that it will be insurance. We're just saying some sort of financial arrangement will be told in a letter to the government, and that will suffice for this protection. That is not a protection at all, Mr Chair. That is allowing the industry to decide what the size of the risk is, how much they think it should be insured for, what the kind of limitation should be, and how they can best minimise their risk, how best they can minimise what they take on so that the New Zealand taxpayer can pick up the rest of the bill. So my question to the Minister is, has Treasury booked this? Has that Minister been told by government officials what the size of the risk is, and is it in the budget? Has he got a line and he's gone to Nicola Willis and he said, well, this is going to cost us a contingent liability of some hundreds of millions of dollars, Minister, and that's what I'm making a decision about, and so you'll have to take that into account in your forward planning? Has he got advice from Treasury about what the contingent liability is here? Because, Mr Speaker, that is of interest to the New Zealand public, and it is of interest to the way that we plan for these things, for the New Zealand public to know that they are being asked to foot the bill in future. Is it the Minister's position, as he told the Honourable Megan Woods, that this should be a personal liability, because he said that it's people who carry these on? And it's useful for us to actually consider in the mining context that it is people. It's magnates around the world who buy into New Zealand and who are worth billions of dollars themselves. It's human beings here. But the Minister is relying on the protection of the corporate veil here, actually, where we give a bunch of special rights to people to set up a company where they are not personally liable for the risk that they are creating, but they are personally entitled to the profits. So why is it fair? Why is it fair that the Minister has extended these protections but not required the human beings behind this system to actually continue to be liable for the mining permits, when he actually said in an answer and relied upon the idea that it would be the people, he said responsible for the corporate chicanery, I think, that why wouldn't we then continue in his version of the world to require those people to be responsible for the cleanup? If those people were responsible for the financial security arrangements that he has created in 89Z, then there would be a level of protection for the New Zealand taxpayer, but he knows that that's not the case actually, and in his answer to the Honourable Dr Megan Woods, he might want to correct that point. And finally, I'd put to him that there is no accounting for how valuable this is to the industry. We don't know how useful this will be in the future because there is no setting out what those financial arrangements will be or where they will rank in the event of an insolvency. It's simply up to the industry to provide to the government what that arrangement will be, but not whether they will be able to call on it in the event of an insolvency, not where it will rank in terms of bank debt, in terms of if there are other liabilities owing, which always in these situations there are. So will they be able to call on those financial arrangements that they will have to prove that they have in place to actually do the job, or will this be a mere paper protection that doesn't actually look after New Zealanders at all?
So, the Honourable Shane Jones. I repeat again, because we are now suffering a bout of repetition. I repeat again, Section 89 lays out the fact that no one is walking away from their decommissioning responsibilities once they are caught by this regime. In the event an entity or entitlements are transferred, the obligation of making good travels forward. The reference to the fact that there might be Phoenix companies is not only out of order, it reflects the fact that there has not been adequate study directed towards these overdue improvements in the bill. I say again, the trailing liability is a backstop measure that enables, and is clearly reflected in this bill, that people not run away from their obligations. And the former minister makes a very good point. There was an egregious case of that. But look, we can't live the future on historical random mistakes. We have to move forward and ensure that this sector attracts investment within guardrails, and that's what Section 89 does, in particular closing the loophole, which I have spoken at nauseating frequency about during the period of time this morning. And we are managing the Crown's fiscal risk, but we're also ensuring that we don't squash initiative and close down this industry, because that's not the position of our government, certainly not the position of myself. So once again, sir, I feel that I've addressed virtually every question. There is one small matter that pertain to what the minister may or may not be required to take account of. And I simply direct the attention of opposition members to what the law actually says. The law is very clear in terms of what matters the minister, and it's not may, it's an enforceable duty, must take into account. And that shows that whoever the minister is in the future, or what's delegated down to regulators, these are enforceable duties. They're not discretionary duties, which would suggest that the members on the other side of the House are playing for time. And sadly, New Zealand does not have time to muck around on energy security any longer.
Honourable Megan Woods.
Mr. Chairman, the last sentence that the Minister said there actually brings us back to some unanswered questions that through the course of this committee stage that the Minister has not addressed in terms of the time it would take for anything to go from exploration to production that came about as a result of this legislation. We've heard from officials and a range of sources that the earliest date we could expect would be 2035. So the Minister's need for haste is somewhat put into perspective when you consider the time that it is going to take. But Mr. Chairman, the Minister made a number of interesting points here, and I particularly want to hone in on within clause 41, the changes the replacement that will be made to 89ZM, and it's what the Minister just referred to, what the Minister must take into account for. But before I get into the detail of that, what the Minister claims we're getting into repetition, but we're not, Mr. Chairman, far from it, because we're still waiting for answers. One of those critical answers that we're waiting on from the Minister is the advice that he received from his officials that told him that limiting trailing obligation would increase the risk to the Crown. Why it is that he is choosing to not, having had that advice, knowing that he is increasing the risk to the Crown, i.e. the New Zealand taxpayer, putting them on the hook, why he is choosing to go ahead with the option that he is. And that is limiting trailing liability back to one company. Now, the Minister talks about a random mistake in the past. That was no random mistake. That was something that was allowed by New Zealand legislation, and I am proud our government closed down. What we have today in this House is a government that is choosing to blow that wide open again so that we can have more of that liability fall on the New Zealand taxpayer. The Minister says that this just puts us in place with other with other jurisdictions who have guardrails, but the Minister has not answered the question. Those guardrails that other countries choose to put in place for their citizens, for their taxpayers, are perpetual liability, not a limitation on trailing liability to the last permit holder. So if we look to the UK, we look to Australia, they've put in place perpetual liability in their EEZ and in their continental shelf area. So why is our Minister giving New Zealanders a weak, anemic, watered down version of these guardrails? Why do we as New Zealanders not deserve the same guardrails that Australians or Britons enjoy from their governments and the protections that will be put in place? But in terms of 89ZM, Mr. Chairman, what I'm wanting to know in terms of the subjective considerations that the Minister has to take into account, and is often the case with how legislation is written, one of the things I'm interested to understand from the Minister are these cumulative criteria that need to be taken into account? Can the Minister choose in terms of the hierarchy of the criteria that are laid out within the replaced 89ZM, because there is obviously a list that is put there, but is this the intended decision-making hierarchy that would be put in place when the Minister goes to make that decision? Because I think it is important that the House understands how subjective ministerial decision-making will take place. This is a large piece of decision-making that the Minister is carving out within this legislation. So it is important we understand what that is. So in terms of the estimated cost of decommissioning, if we look at the replacement 89ZM 1C subclause 1, the estimated cost of decommissioning is the first. Will that be the first one the Minister has to take into account? Then at subclause 2, the extent to which the amount to be secured will cover the estimated cost of decommissioning. Is that the second, or does the Minister, within this subjective decision-making criteria framework, does the Minister have the ability to change the order of what needs to be taken into account? How does the Minister see that playing out? And then how the various subclauses. So subjective decision making is something the House always needs to understand further, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Chair. Dan Bidwell.
I move the debate on this question now close.
Glenn Bennett.
Kia ora, Mr. Chair. And it is interesting that this side of the House has to labour this question, and in particular about this section, because it is serious. And I feel like the Minister has sort of just tried to fluff it up and make it, this is no big deal, you know, nothing to see here, people. But I think the New Zealand public needs to see what is going on here and needs to understand. And yes, we have talked at length about the Tamarind. Yes, we've talked at length about what the Honourable Megan Woods had to take to the Labour Cabinet in terms of the money that we as taxpayers have and are spending on that decommissioning. But I would just also remind the House that it's not only the taxpayer, it's also contractors and local creditors who are actually out of pocket in terms of that space. So it's not just the taxpayer, it's actually small mum and dad businesses that the other side like to talk about championing, but they were left out of pocket in terms of what happened there with the Tamarind. So that's why this section 3, we need to be really clear, we need to take our time to make sure that to make sure it doesn't happen again. And the Minister says, oh, it's just one bad apple, you know, it's just one thing. But the challenge that we have here, and I'm going to be talking about section 89L shortly, but the problem we have here, and in section 1 when I spoke to the Minister, it's around the fact that the decline in fossil fuels, the decline that we've seen since 2014, means that we're in a position now where those who will come into this country to extract are basically trying to squeeze every last bit out. And we know that those businesses, those companies, are the ones often who are the rookies. They often are the ones who are doing all they can to squeeze that last little bit out. And so, yes, we have had this incident, but I'm concerned there'll be more and more and more of them in terms of as we have less and less in the tank, so to speak. So in section 89L, I'm just, again, we just want to be clear, and the Minister spoke earlier about the word must is in there a lot. The word may does exist in there quite a lot too. And in section 89L, 4, they're wanting to replace a financial security with an acceptable financial security arrangement. Now, I'm concerned by this, Mr. Chair, because I think changing the wording and putting in an acceptable to who? Who is this acceptable to, Mr. Chair? My concern is that it is not acceptable, if it's acceptable to the Minister, that puts issues in place where the fact that the Minister could be someone not as diligent and not as well thought out than he is, who comes in, and an acceptable financial security arrangement could be unacceptable to the rest of us, or the word acceptable is acceptable to who? That's open to discretion. That's open to people to actually to have their own game, whether they've looking at their own space and place. It is a real concern, Mr. Chair. So I want to really challenge the fact that the wording is watered down in section 89L4 to unacceptable. And I think that is unacceptable, that the word acceptable is, because who is that to? I then want to move on because, again, we are responsible as people who administer the purse strings of this nation. We're responsible, as I said, to local creditors who are in a position and are challenged in terms of this. But then I want to look at clause 89ZN around the decision of Minister. And again, I come to section 89ZN, decision of Minister in number 3, which says the Minister may also direct how the financial security arrangement must operate in accordance with the prescribed requirements, if any. And again, can't we just put must in there? Because I am concerned, and we on this side of the House are concerned, that there are gaps, there are spaces where there is potential for what we've seen in the past, the huge amount of money we've had to pay, the huge amount of, I guess, distrust that then comes to the sector, but then also, of course, all of those smaller creditors who struggled and were able to meet their demands when the Tamarin closed down.
Honourable Shane Jones.
So I want to clarify a matter because the former Minister has raised a very important point. How long will a liability exist for in terms of trailing? There's two elements here. There's trailing in some sort of Garden of Eden analogy, and there's trailing back to the entity that may or may not, that will have held the entitlement. Their obligation is a perpetual obligation. It was possible for them to escape that obligation because of sloppy drafting and the ability for sharp practices in terms of moving shareholding around. That has now been blocked. So yes, I think there's a small measure of confusion here. The Minister is correct that the perpetual obligation will not go back to distant holders of permits. It only goes back up the chain of ownership a certain level. And that is the balance between what the opposition feel are the legitimate interests of the taxpayer, which I share, and also a common sense approach. Now, I go back again to section 89. I fear that very few people on the other side of the House have read section 89. In each particular segment, sir, it is laid out the obligations upon the Minister, and yes, there is a change of language, and the Minister, with advice, have the ability to ascertain what is the most effective monetary deposit or enforceable financial instrument that should be relied upon by the regulators in the future. And for those reasons, I say again, it's a relatively inoffensive part of the bill.
Mr. Chair. Wait a minute.
It's a relatively unoffensive part of the bill. I think it is actually a huge challenge. We're not talking here about a dairy owner, ending their lease and walking away. We're not talking about a shoe shop that's ending their lease and moving on and leaving the chattels and bits and pieces floating around. We are talking about the energy industry. We're talking about oil and gas. We're talking about the ocean. We're talking about these types of things where it's not just unplug and off you go. It's actually the challenge of ensuring that is done correctly and in a way that is acceptable to environmental standards. Because once these holes have been dug, once these wells have been traversed and used, there is a huge process that goes on to decommission them. Again, it is not just a simple shoe shop owner leaving the lease and leaving a few chattels and a bit of ripped wallpaper. This is actually an environmental challenge. This is actually a challenge for those small mum and dad businesses. So when the Minister says this is just a fairly easy, simple bit, that is not the case. We're talking about the seriousness of an oil spill. We're talking a seriousness of a gas leak. We're talking about, in perpetuity, the challenges we have, not just for today, not just for this decade, but in decades to come, to ensure that we have it right. So we need to continue to prosecute this section to make sure that the Minister has considered every option, has considered every part of this to make sure that it is not only safe for our environment, that's not only safe for small businesses, but also to make sure it's safe for whichever government that leads. And I personally do not want to be part of the next government when we're having to make a call that the Honourable Megan Woods had to make in the last term. I do not want to be part of a government that is having to fork out more and more taxpayers' money, when, as has been said, we could be spending that on housing, on roading, we've been spending that on hospitals. Mr. Chair, this is a crucial part of this bill, and we need to make sure that we get it right and the Minister actually answers the questions for us.
The Honourable Megan Woods.
I think that the Minister said in his last contribution, I think he is mistakenly thinking there's confusion on this side of the House about trailing liability and what that means. We understand only too well what this watering down of the protections for New Zealanders that is contained in this legislation is. So what I want to know from the Minister and the Chair, what are the protections for the New Zealand taxpayer in a scenario where there is a transfer of a permit across 2 or 3 companies for the purposes of avoiding the liability, because it only pertains to the immediate permit holder. What protections are there in the regime, in this legislation or in other jurisdictions, to stop the fact that a company will transfer a permit 2 times so that they can escape the liability, and that will end up with the New Zealand taxpayer? Because I don't see any in this legislation. Maybe I'm missing it, Mr. Chairman, but I look forward to the Minister and the Chair detailing what provisions of this legislation contain those protections.
Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair.
Josephine.
I move the debate on this question now close.
Honourable Megan Woods.
Mr. Chair, I reiterate I'll give the Minister time to get some advice, to point us exactly where those protections within this legislation, because this is a serious question that cannot be shut down by a government that does not want to answer questions about the fact that is putting the New Zealand taxpayer at risk. I repeat to the Minister and the Chair, where are the protections to prevent a 2-step transfer of a permit so that the Crown ends up holding the liability?
Mr. Chair.
Helen White.
Thank you. I don't want to water down what I've just heard, because I think it's an absolutely critical question by asking another, but I do want to ask another. what we have here is a regime for deciding on what a reasonable deposit is, and for the use of that deposit, actually for some of the decommissioning work. What I want to know about is that process of deciding a reasonable amount. What protection is there if the work actually that needs to be done turns out to be much more expensive than that deposit? Because there's an actual use, from what I can see, of the deposit, if there is a deposit agreed that is cash or bonds, etc., for decommissioning. Well, what if the cost of decommissioning is actually way above the amount of that deposit? How confident is the Minister that we have the right kind of assessments going on, and how related to the actual cost of decommissioning is the deposit? Because what I understand the Minister's saying is it's all a matter of balance. We're going to just basically incentivise people to come here. Well, we're not going to be incentivised, from what I can tell in terms of the way he's looking at things, if the deposit is in fact the amount of the actual cost of decommissioning. So is he talking about amounts in bonds and deposits that are really a true reflection of the cost, or is he actually, let's have it plainly on the table, is he giving people a discount? Is he saying this much is going to be put in by the prospector, but in order to promote this kind of activity, we are going to underwrite it as taxpayers to a much greater extent? And what is that balance struck? Because I don't like it. I don't like the argument of the deposit and the balance, because I think there's a problem there for New Zealand taxpayers, and there's a problem with climate issues. But I'd like to know how much security do we have beyond that deposit, and also what is the amount of that balance in his head there, because I cannot see it written down anywhere. I just get words like reasonable. And well, there's a point being made across the table rather than from the Minister that in fact this is defined by experts. My concern about that is that there is just no transparency at all on who are those experts. And so I would ask the Minister, his colleague is suggesting that it's defined by experts. Who are those experts? What is their expertise? Are they actually coming in with, because there is an issue of really ministerial vulnerability here to being sold a pup, quite frankly, and it may well happen with expertise too, where in fact we do not have any criteria in this, from what I can see, that nails down who those experts will be, who will be giving that advice, and how much safety we have in this scenario. So I'm genuinely interested in that answer, but I don't want to deflect from the critical question that's been asked, and we have not had an answer to, about the actual issue of taxpayers picking up a tab here, because we do not really have any protection in this bill anymore from, and it's not repetition. In fact, sir, if in fact we have not got the answer, all I'm saying is please do not lose focus on the issue that was asked by the Honourable Megan Woods. Thank you.
Honourable Penny Simmons.
Thank you, Mr Chair. Just referring to the last two questions, the Minister has already extensively covered Section 89, liability of specified persons for defaults by permit holder or licence holder, and the protections available within that, and the comparability of that with other jurisdictions.
Just before I take the next contribution, just to note that the generic issues around this Section 89 have been addressed, but I do note that there have been drilling down a bit more specific concerns around the liability, for example. So if future contributions could actually focus specifically on the clauses in terms of Section 89, the House would be grateful. Honourable Megan Woods.
Thank you. And I thank the Minister and the Chair for that contribution, but Mr Chairman, it doesn't address the question of the protections around the liability. If I'm mistaken, I invite the Minister to point me in that section 89 to which bit does offer New Zealanders those protection, because my reading of the section 89 that is going to be amended, that is going to be put in there, which is the revision of records, does not contain any of those protections. I go back to the Minister on behalf of the government to tell this House where the provisions for a two-step transfer of a permit exists within this legislation. It is not in the clause the Minister has just pointed to. It is not something that was addressed by the Minister, who was formerly in the chair. It is something that this House has not had answered to its satisfaction, and it is important. There are a number of other questions that have been put in terms of the hierarchy of decision making, how the Minister will go through them. For example, with 89ZM, again, that has not been addressed. There are a number of outstanding questions, but first and foremost, Mr Speaker, this House deserves an answer, and New Zealanders deserve an answer on what this government is doing to protect them from holding billions of dollars worth of liability. There is nothing in this legislation, but if there is, I ask the Minister and the Chair to point the House to it, because there is nothing that has been discussed to date in this debate, Mr Chairman.
Mr Chair. Joseph Mooney.
I move the debate on this question now closed.
Mr Chair, this is a serious question that has been put for the government to attempt to shut down New Zealanders finding out where protection of them holding billions of dollars worth of liability that is caused by multinational companies that come in and not only exploit our resources, but this government is setting them up to exploit New Zealand taxpayers, and this government cannot answer where the protections for New Zealanders are. This is outrageous. This shows this is a government that is not putting New Zealand first. It shows that it is a government that is bending to the will of industry. It is doing what industry asks without due thought, even a passing thought, to how it is we protect New Zealanders. I put to the Minister in the chair, I will give her time to get advice. I understand that is what is happening here. But where in this legislation, where is the specific clause in this legislation that protects New Zealanders from a two-step transfer of a permit, that trailing liability now means the Crown will pick up that liability? This is a serious question, and shame on those government members that are attempting to shut down a debate where New Zealanders could get an answer on this most important question.
Honourable Penny Simmons.
Thank you, Mr Chair, and I understand the Minister has spoken on this, and I know that there was considerable discussion around this. So the Minister has to approve transfers. So that is the first protection, and also the previous permit holder plus controlling parties do remain on the hook because of that. Thank you.
Honourable Megan Woods.
Mr Chairman, that does not adequately answer the question. So once a Minister has done a transfer, that has to be approved, so that the Minister and the Chair is perfectly correct. A Minister does have to approve a transfer. That is a given, that is recognised. That is indeed a regime that we put in place. But that does not speak to the fundamental question, Mr Chairman. It is after that decision that has been made that New Zealanders will be subject to the liability. It is the two-step transfer. It is unknown to the Minister at that time of approval whether there is going to be liability. I do not think any Minister is blessed with the gift of the ability to see into the future to know whether that is the case. It has to be a retrospective protection that is put in place for New Zealand. We've seen in other regimes and the advice that this government received that they do it in the UK and in Australia by having perpetual liability in place in the EEZ and on the continental shelf. So what the Minister and the Chair is pointing to is not a protection in the question that is being asked. It is a provision in the bill that is a given, but it certainly is not a provision to New Zealand. So unless the Minister can give us more detail, this is a government that is leaving New Zealanders exposed to the tune of billions and billions of dollars of liability to pick up the tab for multinational companies.
Thank you. Before I take the next contribution, just to note that Speaker's ruling 82/5 states that it is for the Minister to decide whether to answer a question. There is also a balance that needs to be made between the Minister answering a question and members not being satisfied. I'm trying to strike that balance. And noting there have been a number of questions asked and answered on the topic of liability, and I note that I encourage members to address some other aspects of that part. Tom Rutherford.
I move that debate on this question now close.
The question is the motion be agreed to. Those of that opinion will say aye. Aye. Those opposed? No? Did the noes? Party vote being called for? The party vote has been called for. The clerk will conduct the party vote.
New Zealand National.
49 votes in favour.
New Zealand Labour.
34 votes opposed.
Green Party of Aotearoa, New Zealand.
15 votes opposed.
Act New Zealand.
7 votes in favour.
New Zealand First.
8 votes in favour.
Te Pāti Māori.
6 opposed.
The ayes are 68, the noes are 55. The motion is agreed to. The question is that the Minister's amendments to Part 3 set out on amendment paper number 214 be agreed to. All those in favour say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. Aye. The ayes have it. The party vote has been called for. The clerk will conduct a party vote.
New Zealand National.
49 votes in favour.
New Zealand Labour.
34 votes opposed.
Green Party of Aotearoa, New Zealand.
15 votes opposed.
Act New Zealand.
11 votes in favour.
New Zealand First.
8 votes in favour.
Te Pāti Māori.
6 opposed.
The ayes are 68, the noes are 55. The motion is agreed to. The question is that Part 3 as amended stand part. All those in favour say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. Aye. The ayes have it. Party vote has been called for. The clerk will conduct the party vote.
New Zealand National.
49 votes in favour.
New Zealand Labour.
34 votes opposed.
Green Party of Aotearoa, New Zealand.
15 votes opposed.
Act New Zealand.
11 votes in favour.
New Zealand First.
8 votes in favour.
Te Pāti Māori.
6 opposed.
The ayes are 68, the noes 55. The motion is agreed to. The question is that the Minister's amendments to the schedule set out in amendment paper number 214 be agreed to. All those in favour say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. Aye. The ayes have it. A party vote has been called for. The clerk will conduct a party vote.
New Zealand National.
49 votes in favour.
New Zealand Labour.
34 votes opposed.
Green Party of Aotearoa, New Zealand.
15 votes opposed.
Act New Zealand.
11 votes in favour.
New Zealand First.
8 votes in favour.
Te Pāti Māori.
6 opposed.
The ayes are 68, the noes are 55. The motion is agreed to. The question is that the schedule as amended stand part. All those in favour say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. The ayes have it. party vote has been called for. The clerk will conduct a party vote.
New Zealand National.
49 votes in favour.
New Zealand Labour.
34 votes opposed.
Green Party of Aotearoa, New Zealand.
15 votes opposed.
ACT New Zealand.
11 votes in favour.
New Zealand First.
8 votes in favour.
Te Pāti Māori.
6 opposed.
The ayes are 68, the noes 55. The motion is agreed to. Members, we now come to our final debate, clauses 1 to 3. This is the debate on clauses 1 to 3, Title, Commencement and Principal Act.
Mr Chairman.
Honourable Megan Woods.
Mr Chairman, this is a bill that is set to come into force on the 1st of July 2025. This is an act that is going through this committee stage while the world is meeting at the Conference of Party at COP, where we are discussing what the world's climate obligations are and how it is, as a planet, we are going to avoid catastrophic climate change. And meanwhile, back in New Zealand, we are passing legislation, this government is passing legislation that takes us backwards. It's passing legislation that puts at risk our membership of several international organisations of countries we would like to align ourselves with. It puts us outside of where we would see ourselves with like-minded nations, Mr Speaker. This is yet another shameful step on the path. It also puts New Zealand at odds with its Pacific neighbours. The Pacific nations have put up for COP in Baku. One of the key things they see is around the financial arrangements that are going to be required in order for them to address climate change. And certainly, New Zealand backtracking on its obligations is something that is going to be taken very seriously. So, Mr Speaker, from the 1st of July next year, New Zealand will have set itself on a path.
Take your time and have another sip.
Okay. New Zealand will have set itself on a path that puts itself backwards. And Mr Speaker, what did the government hear about this? Well, the government heard a lot about this from its own officials. So I want to make it clear to New Zealanders and ask the Minister in the chair to respond how it is that this government can put so much at risk. Not only our reputation and our climate plan, but is putting our very trade arrangements at risk. That there was advice that was provided to the government that was inadvertently released, was tried to be shielded from the first regulatory impact statement in terms of what the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and Trade had told the government the implications of the passage of this legislation. MFAT assessed that reversing the 2018 ban would likely be inconsistent with the obligation of several of New Zealand's free trade agreements not to reduce environmental protections for the purposes of encouraging trade or investments. These obligations prevent parties from reducing environmental protections to advantage domestic businesses. In black and white, this government was told our FTAs with the EU and the UK are being put at risk because of the passage of this legislation. From the 1st of July next year, when this bill comes into force, when this bill becomes the law of New Zealand, our free trade agreements are put at significant risk. What does the Minister have to say of how New Zealand is going to protect its prosperity? From 1 July, when this bill comes into force, what is the plan of the government to mitigate that? They have been told by their own officials at the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and Trade that this is a likely implication. They also have assessed that reversing the 2018 ban, which is estimated to increase our carbon emissions, would be perceived as New Zealand not intending to meet its nationally determined contribution under the Paris Agreement. So is it the intention, and the Minister can tell us, is it the intention of the government from 1 July when this bill comes into force that New Zealand is intending not to meet It's NDC, it's Nationally Determined Contribution under the Paris Agreement, because that is the advice that the government has received from its own officials, and we need some answers too. Because as soon as this bill does commence on 1 July next year, that is the future that New Zealanders are facing from a backwards-looking government that has no plan, that is putting everything at risk. It is putting New Zealanders at risk, and it is putting our trade at risk as well, Mr Chairman.
Before I take the next contribution, can I invite members that this is the Title Commencement and Principal Act. I didn't want to interrupt the previous member, so it's quite a narrow debate. So just to keep that in mind, Lion Farm.
Thank you, Mr Chair. And I have some really specific suggestions for the title. And I want to pick up, firstly, the very clear fact that this bill threatens to lock us in to a fossil fuel dependent future that we know we actually need to be steering away so clearly from, and instead we're heading towards. So my first suggestion to the title is the Crown Minerals Amendment Shoddy Process Act. And I say shoddy process because it has such serious implications, not only for Aotearoa, but for the world, that it is an absolute disappointment that the submission process for this bill was 4 days. It's an insult to New Zealanders. It's an insult to democracy. Now, and then there were only 2 days of public hearings as part of that as well. And I wanted to quote a Vic Uni professor, Dean Knight. He called this, quote, a meaningless opportunity that doesn't do justice to the importance of the policy and the legislation. He said it was bad lawmaking, which it is, hence the suggestion of my title clause, and they know it. Because you can't look at processes like this and think it is getting to positive outcomes. Hello. The Parliamentary Commissioner for the Environment with this, on this title clause, which I'm suggesting, thank you, the PCE said the advice accompanying the bill does not provide a sufficiently thorough analysis of costs and benefits from repealing the ban. He talks about New Zealand's policy always being that all countries should be doing everything they can to reduce emissions, and that MPs must now decide whether removing the ban is consistent with doing that. So I'd really like to hear the Minister's thoughts on that specific title clause suggestion, and whether there has been a very clear decision made by MPs in this government to move away from that. The other suggestion that I wanted to pick up on is a very important one, and this is about how overwhelmingly children and young people of today, but also future generations, will bear the burden of living with these climate impacts. So on this, I want to suggest another potential title clause amendment, that it could be the Crown Minerals Act Rights of Children violation. Now, what was really clear, that this government and past governments have been signatory to the Convention of the Rights of the Child for over 30 years. And the government has a real clear duty to these rights of the child. And we actually have a duty to make decisions in the best interests of the child under Article 3. Now, I want to pick up on this because UNICEF made a really clear submission to the Select Committee, and they actually had a young person, Thomas Blakey, come in and talk about his concern of young people and those who will come after us and the implications for them with this bill. He said, we want to have a say on designing our future and the futures of generations to come for my children, their grandchildren and grandchildren after them. Now, a UNICEF report called Threats to Progress talks about how children are disproportionately affected because, quote, they are uniquely vulnerable to environmental hazards compared to adults. And they talk about this interplay of physiological, psychological and behavioural factors and the dependence on caregivers, meaning that children are more susceptible to detrimental health impacts of climate change. So I would really like to hear whether the Minister would consider really fronting up with what this bill is about and the implications for children, for young people, and the really concerning process which has led to where we've got to at this stage. Thank you.
Madam.
The question is, sorry, I've just started voting. Sorry, no one stood up and I just started voting, saying the question is that Steve Abel's tabled amendment, clause 1, be agreed to. All those in favour say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. No. The noes have it. A party vote has been called for. Please, Clerk, conduct a party vote.
New Zealand National.
49 votes opposed.
New Zealand Labour.
34 votes in favour.
Green Party of Aotearoa, New Zealand.
15 votes in favour.
ACT New Zealand.
11 votes opposed.
New Zealand First.
8 votes opposed.
Te Pāti Māori.
6 in favour.
The ayes are 55, the noes are 68. The motion is not agreed. The question is that clause 1 stand part. All those in favour say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. The ayes have it. A party vote has been called for. Please, Clerk.
New Zealand National.
49 votes in favour.
New Zealand Labour.
34 votes opposed.
Green Party of Aotearoa, New Zealand.
15 votes opposed.
ACT New Zealand.
11 votes in favour.
New Zealand First.
8 votes in favour.
Te Pāti Māori.
6 opposed.
The ayes are 68, the noes are 55. The motion is agreed. The question is that the Minister's amendments to clause 2 set out on AP number 214 be agreed to. All those in favour say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. No. The ayes have it. Party vote has been called for. Please, Clerk.
New Zealand National.
49 votes in favour.
New Zealand Labour.
34 votes opposed.
Green Party of Aotearoa, New Zealand.
15 votes opposed.
ACT New Zealand.
11 votes in favour.
New Zealand First.
8 votes in favour.
Te Pāti Māori.
6 opposed.
The ayes are 68, the noes are 55. The motion is agreed. The question is that clause 2 as amended stand part. All those in favour say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. No. The ayes have it. A party vote has been called for. Please, Clerk.
New Zealand National.
49 votes in favour.
New Zealand Labour.
34 votes opposed.
Green Party of Aotearoa, New Zealand.
15 votes opposed.
ACT New Zealand.
11 votes in favour.
New Zealand First.
8 votes in favour.
Te Pāti Māori.
6 opposed.
The ayes are 68, the noes are 55. The motion is agreed. The question is that clause 3 stand part. All those in favour say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. No. The ayes have it. Party vote has been called for. Please, Clerk, conduct a party vote.
New Zealand National.
49 votes in favour.
New Zealand Labour.
34 votes opposed.
Green Party of Aotearoa, New Zealand.
15 votes opposed.
ACT New Zealand.
11 votes in favour.
New Zealand First.
8 votes in favour.
Te Pāti Māori.
6 opposed.
ayes are 68, the noes are 55. The motion is agreed. I will report this bill with amendment.
The House is resumed.
Mr. Speaker, the committee has considered the Smoke-Free Environments and Regulated Products Amendment Bill number 2 and reports it without amendment. The committee has also considered the Crown Minerals Amendment Bill and reports it with amendment. Mr. Speaker, I move that the report be adopted.
The question is that the report be adopted. Those of that opinion will say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. The ayes have it. The Smoke-Free Environments and Regulated Products Amendment Bill number 2 and the Crown Minerals Amendment Bill are set down for third reading next sitting day. Call on Government Order of the Day number 6.
Building, earthquake-prone building deadlines and other matters Amendment Bill, third reading.
The Honourable Chris Pink.
Thank you, sir. I move that the Building Earthquake-Prone Building Deadlines and Other Matters Amendment Bill be now read a third time. Sir, New Zealand is sometimes referred to as the Shaky Isles. Our reputation internationally and, of course, our awareness at home is that we are a nation that is subject to significant seismic risk. That is the context for the legislation that we're considering. Of course, it is the context for our legislative and regulatory settings more generally in relation to seismic risk in general and the earthquake-prone building regime in particular. So I do want to acknowledge at the start that risk that exists. We are mindful of that risk. We understand it. We are aware of the need to legislate and regulate in a way that is responsible given that life safety risk and given the importance of resilient buildings of certain categories particularly, but of course also acknowledging the importance of the built environment. And our desire is to ensure maximum safety, maximum resilience, even as we balance considerations that would enable us to achieve a proportionate approach in relation to that risk. I'd also like, Madam Speaker, to acknowledge the loss of life in the Canterbury earthquakes of a decade or so ago. That formed the backdrop for the legislation that is now being reviewed and whose deadlines are now being extended by this bill. So again, just acknowledging the importance of the subject matter and indeed that particular loss of life as the backdrop for all of our decision making and consideration of this important subject. Since those earthquakes and the tragedies associated therewith, legislation was put forward by the then government that seemed to have a well-balanced approach to the question of risk, and the only question remaining was the extent to which it would prove practicable over a period of time for those settings to be implemented such that building owners and local government and other key players would be able to put those into effect and remediate and strengthen the buildings as was required. In the intervening nearly decade, considerable progress has been made, and I want to start my reflections on that by congratulating and thanking all those who have acted responsibly to improve the built environment for the safety of themselves, occupants, passers-by and so on. That said, Madam Speaker, the relatively easy wins that have been able to be achieved in that time are now behind us, so to speak, and the question that we face now, looking forward, is the way in which we can continue to improve the housing stock, the commercial buildings, the infrastructure and so on, as it relates to seismic risk, and more particularly whether the settings that we have now are appropriate to achieve that. It seems, Madam Speaker, that for a number of key players, again acknowledging local government as an enforcement authority but also a significant owner of such buildings itself in many cases, and many others affected by the need to comply with the rules and to achieve real-world life safety and resilience aims, it seems to us that a review of the settings is now prudent. A review was promised that would otherwise have taken place in a couple of years. We're bringing that forward, and so that is the lengthy background to the extension that this bill will give effect to. As has been canvassed at previous stages of the debate, Madam Speaker, the extension is for 4 years with the possibility of an additional 2 should it be required. And I emphasise again, responding to the very reasonable point made by colleagues opposite, that we would prefer only to use 4 years as opposed to a total of 6 years for the extension, but recognising that for external reasons or indeed the operation of the review itself and subsequent legislation may require that additional time. And so we'll use that power sparingly if it should be required, noting of course the essentially Henry VIII nature of that clause within the legislation. The bill also contains a few other items, probably the most significant of which relates to fire safety, no less a risk of course, and naturally the government and I sense all of Parliament is minded to take very seriously the risk to life and limb posed by fire, no less than earthquakes. And of course again there is tragic background to our consideration, and I refer particularly to the Loafers Lodge tragedy, following which a least regrets or no regrets approach was taken. That is to say, in addition to the checking of boarding houses for compliance with the existing regulations, the previous government undertook consideration of ways in which the regulations might be changed in a way that would prove helpful, notwithstanding that a broader review might then also take place. That broader review is now taking place, Madam Speaker, but I think it's prudent for that previous government to have initiated a look into some actions that might be taken in the interim. We're putting those into effect. They're set out in the bill, and so I don't intend to go through those in detail. Again, we did have that opportunity at prior stages of the debate, Madam Speaker. They included clarifying obligations, setting out offences and so on, so that independently qualified persons would have a sound legal basis or a means by which they might be held accountable in the event of failure. In terms of other changes in the bill, Madam Speaker, again, I don't propose to go through those all again. Legislative statements as well as the debate or at previous stages has canvassed those pretty thoroughly. They're relatively self-explanatory and, while minor and technical, are important in their own right. I do want to acknowledge, before I conclude my remarks, Madam Speaker, that the engagement that we have enjoyed in this matter has been exemplary. I'm really grateful particularly to sector experts, in no particular order by the way. I'll start with sector experts of an engineering and other relevant background who have shared their insights with me and the government more generally, and I know have been actively engaging across the House, and again I thank them for that. Local government, key players in this for the reasons I mentioned before, Madam Speaker, not only of large cities, but including large cities such as Wellington, Christchurch, but also in regional towns in New Zealand that have a higher proportion often of earthquake-prone buildings and are so deeply affected by the regulatory settings and the legislative settings that we are putting in place, that we may change and that in the meantime we are extending. Building owners, of course, apartments, but also other building owners, some of which are heritage in nature, just to add an additional overlay of complication. MB, the good folk who have been kind enough to advise me on various technical and policy-related matters throughout, and other parties of this Parliament. I've been really pleased with the engagement that I've seen and been able to be part of, so I do want to acknowledge across the House we've had that very positive level of interaction. It's highly appropriate, Madam Speaker, that a subject like this is treated in such a serious way, and I do want to take a moment to thank members of this House who have engaged in that way, in a way that will be helpful to the certainty that New Zealanders need to feel in this area, notwithstanding any political comings and goings in this place. Finally then, I look forward to the way ahead with the passage of this legislation today, which will provide that certainty, lock in that additional 4 years and possible extra 2. And in the meantime, of course, the review proceeds apace, which is to say this legislation is not an exercise in kicking the can down the road. It's providing certainty in the meantime, while that review is taking place, in the hope that in the meantime we will be able to land on some regulatory and legislative settings that will prove helpful and meaningful for those looking to do the right thing and make changes to strengthen or, as the case may be, demolish and rebuild the environment of New Zealand. So with that, I thank all again in the House for their participation, all those outside as well for their engagement, and commend this bill to the House.
The question is that the motion be agreed to. Aotearoa Williams.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Labor wants an improved building system which results in the efficient use of the resources that we have to build more homes, warm, dry, affordable homes that people can live in our cities and our region. That's what we want, and that's why we've engaged in this process of a review in good faith. Because what we don't want is pendulum swings between certain sets of rules under one government and certain sets of rules under another, which destabilise the building sector and mean that ultimately more houses don't get built. Because everyone in this House wants to see families with a roof over their heads and with an opportunity to get into home ownership. And so we need more affordable places, and that really does affect a lot of these buildings which are affected by the earthquake-prone buildings rules. They are homes. They are people like you and me who have put all of their life savings into apartments. In cities like Wellington, they are people in Christchurch who are affected by these rules and cannot live in their homes. They are Aucklanders who have buildings, the highest number of buildings actually on the list, that are affected by these rules and cannot develop them. And so, Madam Speaker, there's a real level of gravity which we've approached this debate, and we think this balance is appropriate in this context. But boy, do we want to see the government using this period of review wisely, because twice the Law Commission has looked into the rules underlying the system about the liability of not only builders but also homeowners and the councils who approve their consents. Who should bear the liability of earthquakes in New Zealand is a really fundamental question, and we must, if we are taking a step back, we must use this time well, we must resource it properly, and we must make sure that stakeholders all around the country are getting to feed into this. And so, Madam Speaker, I just want to make a few points. I won't labour this because I think we've had a very good parliamentary process where we have really hashed out some of these questions that have been remaining, including at the Select Committee stage, and may I commend the Chair, Andy Foster, for the way that he chaired that process for submitters to have their say. But the big question here is there is a risk to life and limb in these buildings, and markets do not work well when people do not have the appropriate information that they need to gauge that risk. And there are people, there's a group of people in the building system who will be in a building that is earthquake prone and will have no idea. Say the teenagers who might have used the Reading Cinema on the weekend might not have any idea of the earthquake risk, and so it is appropriate not to let people use that kind of building. Then you have another group of people who have a reasonable amount of information. They might be casual users of a building, say a car park in Wellington that might be earthquake prone, say guests of homeowners who might be in an apartment that is affected by earthquake risk. These people who have very limited information, and then there are also homeowners who, for whatever reason, do not have a huge amount of information available to them that they can rely on to make the risk. These are all people where it's a very, very clear example of consumers who need government to act in their best interest by setting the rules at a certain level that they can rely on, that they are not putting themselves into undue risk by any building that they go into. On the other end of the spectrum, we also know that very sophisticated commercial arrangements around insurance, that where information is readily available to the market, are not working well either. Insurance is very hard to get for many of the apartment owners in Wellington and for building owners around the country who are affected by the earthquake rules. And so we need a system designed so that the information that is being used is not too risk averse and that adequately reflects the financial implications in the future and now, and so that we're getting the right kind of market outcomes. And in some situations, Madam Speaker, that will be that the current owners need to sell buildings and then there needs to be redevelopment. But in some situations, it will mean that insurance should be cheaper for the owners because the real risk to buildings doesn't reflect the current cost. And so we need government to make a call to step into the market to provide the accurate information at a level that people can rely on, that everyone in the market can agree to, and then a standard going forward. There is a bit of an exercise here, Madam Speaker, of drawing a line, and we must do that with some haste. And we feel that this bill does that with a reasonable degree of certainty, but we think we really need to use this time and to not delay it. The only final point I would make, Madam Speaker, is that New Zealand has a history of very costly mistakes when it comes to building policy. Leaky buildings cost this country what one commentator estimated to be $47 billion in costs associated not only with the building sector, not only with participants, but to the wider economy as a whole. I would like to think that in supporting this, the Labour Party is showing that we are willing to work through those issues and to not make the mistakes of the past, but we will continue to ask the questions that give building participants a level of surety that government is designing a system which works for everyone, which does not tighten the level of protections at all levels of the building sector rules in such a way where the little guy is left holding the can. Where on one hand you might make changes to the earthquake rules, on one hand you might make changes to the consenting rules, and on one hand you might make changes to provisions for building products, and if at all points in those changes you are leaving the little guy with the liability, then Madam Speaker, I would propose to you that we are in for a system problem. We need to make sure that the system as a whole distributes the liability fairly. That is what I think is being done here by making an extension. But we will continue to pose the questions. We will continue to advocate for the little guy in this. We will continue to advocate for government not needing to be the insurer of last resort, because it is really important that when you have vulnerable consumers, that the government is not left holding the can. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Dr. Lawrence Yunnan.
Thank you. So I rise on behalf of the Green Party of Aotearoa, New Zealand, to also support this bill, because as we have heard, this bill is something that is going to provide certainty for a lot of people while we conduct the review process of where we are at in terms of earthquake-prone buildings. And so the extra time is very much welcomed. I also like to thank the Minister for his level of engagement and contribution during the committee stage, because I think a lot of that was incredibly valuable and also provide a lot of clarifications. There are a number of parts to this bill, Madam Speaker. So I would like to go through kind of some of the major areas that were that are a part of this bill that we know. Earthquake-prone buildings being the most important element. I'll start with that one, and I'll address some of the other areas. So one of the things with the earthquake-prone buildings extension of deadline is that, in essence, it is a really, really good idea. As we have heard, there is a review that's going to be happening. It's going to provide a lot of reassurances for people in the communities and for owners, and particularly, in the context of apartment owners, that this is something that they're able to have an extension of and have some time to sort of have that reassurance that there's going to be, that they're able to have this extension, so that way they don't have to get everything all sorted at this immediate stage. I think the 4-year extension does strike a right balance. There was a lot of conversations around the further extensions of 2 years, particularly when it comes to the triggering of the Henry VIII clause in this case. But I think, upon balance and upon examination within the committee stage, that the fact that the additional 2 years may not be triggered depending on where the review is currently at, plus the addition of the sunset clause does allow some sort of restriction to the scope of that particular clause. And the Green Party in particular is are often quite cautious when anything like this does take place. And I think in this case, we have got some reassurances from the Minister that this is something that would be carefully managed. In addition to this, I think some of the other things that we have also addressed when it comes to the earthquake-prone buildings deadline is number one, the retrospectivity element of this bill, that anything that is before 1st of April 2024 will not will be covered by some of this, and then anything after that will not be covered. So we did question the minister around the use of that particular term. I think the minister did clarify that, in general, when we're looking at financial year, etc., 1st of April seems like an appropriate timing to use in this case. And there are always going to be people who are not going to be entirely happy who fall on either side of that particular deadline. The other element that was addressed, and there was an element, an aspect of discussion during the committee stage, Madam Speaker, is around the risk and the potential risk to people's life. If we are giving this extension of 4 years and people were under a much more, had more urgency during this period to undertake the building work or for the earthquake strengthening that is needed, may not see that as urgent with the 4-year extension, and what would be the real life cost of a lot of these. And I think, again, this is something that both the regulating impact statement, but also the minister mentioned that in terms of the life risk, it is reasonably low. And for those people who have already going to make those kind of changes and have intended to make those kind of changes, they are going to do it anyway. And for those people who still had that stringency of the previous deadline and were unable to meet it, they weren't going to meet it regardless if the extension is going to happen or not. So I think that's a really salient point that has been mentioned during the committee stage. So overall, that was the section around the earthquake-prone strengthening element. But a few other areas that I want to address, Madam Speaker, that is also important as a part of this bill that we did have some discussions on during the committee stage. The first one is around the building consent authorities and the changing of the levy, the liability to pay for the levy, because as the current system states that, when you get the BCAs and they are collecting some of these levies, it goes through local authorities as an intermediate step before they go on to MB. And in this particular bill, it proposed a removal of that intermediary stage with the local authorities and going from BCA straight to MB. And there were some conversations around whether local authorities would potentially lose out on some of these, and particularly when we're looking at Section 5 of this particular bill on the amendments to Section 61 of the Building Act, the 3% levy that is retained by local authorities, whether that will see local authorities losing out. And again, I think this is something that we did receive clarification on the administrative nature of some of these. And again, just making that process a lot more streamlined. One of the other elements that we did discuss during this bill as well is around the increased penalty to the independently qualified persons, or IQPs, who made erroneous claims or erroneous reports around the building requirements. And this is an area that is missing in the current legislation and can be conceived as a loophole, and it's a loophole that potentially has been exploited by some. And this particular bill just strengthens some of that accountability element and transparency element of the duties of the independently qualified persons. But one of the things we did ask the minister, and we did get clarification from the minister on as well, is around where the burden of proof lies when it comes to whether IQP did actually make a reasonable mistake, and some of the context and scenarios around what constitutes as a reasonable mistake, and also further conversations around the proportionality of fines when we're looking at whether the fines to the IQPs is proportional to some of the other fines that we see here. On the subject of the fines, there was another area that we did discuss a little bit around Section 32 of the bill in terms of some of the balance between those between the fines, particularly when it comes to people making false claims around certain building permits and building warrant of fitness, and the proportionality with some other parts. We did question the minister whether the fines is proportional to some of the other fines that we see, and we again have some clarification around the fact that this is less about reviewing the fines on the whole, as more around balancing and judging the proportionality and sort of evening out on fines of a similar nature as they're looking at fines that potentially is different. So that was, again, something else we received clarification on. And I think the last thing that I want to mention in the context of this bill is around the display of warrant of fitness, in particular for dams, which is another element of this. And that was something that we are glad to see. I think even during the select committee stage, we're glad to see that it is something that is going to be removed because the current system potentially doesn't quite make sense and does add additional challenges for dams in general. But Madam Speaker, looking at the broader context of this bill, I think it is really, really important that we do address the fact that earthquake-prone and earthquake strengthening is an important factor. We do need to address the future of housing in Aotearoa, particularly when we're looking at instances where some of our urban centers are looking at increased densities and how we can build right in the first place rather than having what we're doing now. And we have heard previous speakers mentioning Wellington, as well as Aotearoa, Christchurch, but also one of my colleagues, Celia Wade-Brown, has mentioned during the committee stage some of the challenges to other areas of Aotearoa as well, such as Wairarapa. So I think in this case, both in terms of our building code and our requirement around strengthening when the buildings are first built for both residential but also for commercial purposes is something that we do need to keep a very close eye on, because it does have the potential of not only costing us financially but also costing us from a human capital, from a human lives perspective. And I think particularly when we're looking at not just in the element of natural disasters such as earthquakes, but we also should consider climate change induced disasters such as flooding that we see in the East Coast and also in Tamaki Makaurau, Auckland, and how some of these things, as we're considering building codes and the Building Act on the whole, that we're able to contribute to this. And lastly, in terms of the earthquake park, again, just to see some of reassurances that this review will take place in the appropriate time and we are going to be able to see some changes to those earthquake-prone buildings. Thank you.
Cameron Luxton.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, building in New Zealand is full of uncertainty. From the moment someone comes up with a concept of a plan to develop a piece of property or to renovate an existing piece, the uncertainty begins. We've got economic uncertainty. Am I going to get the lending? Have I got someone to buy this development? Is there going to be the products available, the labour, the skills needed when I need them to actually get this project off the ground? And so I would like to congratulate the Minister on bringing forward such a wonderful piece of legislation. Now, because this country's building industry needs certainty, and unfortunately the situation we have now in a specific part of our building industry is around the ways in which one can achieve earthquake levels that are seen as sufficient. Now, we've got a lot of players in our building industry. We've got the builder, you've got the owner, the client, you've got the building consenting authority, you've got public and the safety which they expect and this government is required to ensure. We've got councils and planning. There's a lot of people with their fingers in the pie, Madam Speaker. Joint and several liability has led to a situation where all of those people are pushing the burden onto each other. So we need to get more certainty into our industry, and I think this piece of legislation enabling an extension for a review to take place is exactly what the doctor ordered in this particular stance. It's setting the groundwork for future developments in our industry with standalone building consenting authorities, making that a situation where they can be seen more as an independent organisation rather than just another wing of the council, along with waste and parks and other assorted activities which councils must do. I would be remiss not to, in this case, thank the submitters, Madam Speaker. At the Select Committee, we had some great submissions which raised some interesting points. And I think you could see in the report back with other matters that were raised that weren't exactly relevant, but were raised. I think you can see that there is a lot of interest in the future makeup of the regulatory systems of our building industry. No lesser members than the independently qualified persons and the building warrant of fitness regime, which they are a core part of, have something to say, and I think the Minister is sufficiently addressed that he is looking into that. Madam Speaker, I'll just thank the rest of the committee. I think that was I know I did in the second reading, but I think it was a very collegial committee, ably chaired by Mr. Andy Foster, and with that I would like to commend this to the House.
Mr. Andy Foster.
Madam Speaker. No, Madam Speaker, look, I'm pleased to rise to speak to this third reading, and I also just want to pay my thanks to the committee that heard the Transport and Infrastructure Select Committee. You've already heard from a couple of members there, and we do work collegially together. And as I've said before, I'd invite any member of this House to come and have a look at how a collegial committee works together, and it's a good thing to see because that's the way we should be operating. Also, wanted to place on record my thanks to the officials from MB in particular, but also to the submitters, and we did get some really good submitters. And some of those submissions, particularly around the IQP issues, were not ones which are, while the stick in a sense is in the legislation, they certainly made comments around saying, well, we need a regime which actually provides a lot better professionalism of that industry, but also the support mechanism, so they're not left on their own essentially, and other people have run for the hills. So that's really, really important. So 23 submissions, we got 12 in favour, 9 unclear, but that's because they were raising these other matters, and only 2 opposed. It's really great, Madam Speaker, to see the bill really well supported in the House because it makes good common sense. And I'm going to focus specifically on the earthquake-prone component. So as we've heard already, it just simply extends the deadlines which are already there. If you're after 1st of April 2024, it extends it for 4 years. There is another 2 years, but as you've heard from the Minister, that only other 2 years, the desire is not to use that, to get the review through in time, so it doesn't need to be done. If that power is exercised, it can only be exercised once, and it can only be exercised for all buildings. You can't cherry pick, that's the way it works. So, Madam Speaker, I thought it was worth just reflecting on why we have seismic legislation. And the reason is, as you heard from the Minister, that we live in some shaky isles. And it was interesting to reflect on, to find out some information there. We get something like 14,000 earthquakes a year. 14,000 earthquakes a year, of which we can feel probably around 250. We sit right on top of the Ring of Fire, of course. We sit on the place where the Australasian and Pacific faults collide, or plates collide. And if you look at a map of Zealandia, the continent we sit on, over the 70 or 80 million years since separation from Gondwana, it has changed and changed and changed, and it will continue to change. And that, of course, brings seismic activity with it. Madam Speaker, we heard from some of the speakers at the second reading suggesting it was inappropriate to compare the number of people who have died in earthquakes against the number of people who have died in road crashes, which I did, but it wasn't to belittle by any circumstances the human stories, the human tragedy there is in earthquakes. And the point that they made was that whether you lived or died depended on where you were in the Christchurch earthquake, depended on where you were at 12:51 on the 22nd of February 2011. So let's be very clear that was a tragedy. The Christchurch earthquake was a tragedy, and the vast majority of the 185 people who died because buildings or bits of buildings fell on them. And so a robust regime is an appropriate and fitting response to that. For the record, since 1840, 493 people are recording to have died in earthquakes, 185 in the Canterbury earthquakes, and more than half of those deaths occurred in one earthquake, the Napier earthquake in 1931, 256 people. Just for completeness, I couldn't easily find the road deaths before 1921, but from 1921 until now, the death toll on our roads is 41,821, which is more people than we've lost in every war put together. So that's something that is worth saying. Let's also be very clear, it's my belief that we do need to have resilient building structures. When this process started, the whole EQP process started, over 7,000 buildings were deemed to be earthquake prone. To date, something like 2,000 have been resolved, so it's about 27-28% of them have been resolved. And as at the 6th of August, when this bill was brought to the House, 5,421 buildings were on the earthquake list. So, as I said, about 27-28% resolved. I live in Wellington, we work in Wellington, and I'd like you to consider the likelihood of a major earthquake that might affect Wellington, because this has always been a serious issue for Wellington, right since 1855 when there was the first earthquake here which did cause some fatalities. Over the next 50 years, we've been advised that there's a 75% chance of a magnitude 8+ movement on the Alpine Fault, which would affect Wellington and affect obviously the South Island. The Wellington Fault itself, only 5% chance of a 7.5. The Hikurangi Fault which is where those two plates collide, 25% for a magnitude 8, and God help us, a 1% for a magnitude 9.1, which would be absolutely devastating. The risks of life and limb, I've given some numbers for the number of people who've died in earthquakes since 1840. If some of those happen, they may dwarf those things. So this is a serious business and we need to be prepared for it. Wellington City started an extensive program of assessments in 2006, well before the Canterbury earthquakes, and has assessed 8,440 buildings. It found 1,100 of those to be earthquake prone, and it's down to about 572 now. So basically 50% of those have been resolved, and it's come at significant cost, Madam Chair. It's come at significant cost, Madam Speaker. Auckland, lower risk, but 3 times as many earthquake-prone buildings as Wellington. And I might just say also that the authorities say that there is a 10% chance in the next 50 years of a major volcanic activity in Auckland. So we do live on shaky and challenged isles. We've also, if we look overseas, we've seen that there are many countries which have suffered large numbers of deaths in earthquakes, largely because they've had very poor building stock. And so being prepared is important. So the point that I was trying to make is that there is an immense cost to making our building stock resilient. Sometimes that cost may well not be warranted, and sometimes we could do that in a different way. And that is the reason for this extension. That's the reason that we're doing a review. There are also problems of industry capacity, owner capacity and affordability, and obviously making sure that the regime is optimal. And I just want to congratulate the Minister for undertaking a comprehensive review. I welcome that it's being brought forward. And I also welcome the comments being made by my colleague Arena Williams across this, saying that there is a desire for stability. Because when you invest in a building that you expect to be there for a long, long time. And when the rules change, and we heard this in the submission process from inner city Wellington in particular, when the rules change, you might have a building which is not earthquake prone, 60, 70, whatever percent it might be, rules change and suddenly you've got an earthquake prone building. That kind of looks a bit like retrospective legislation. And the point that they made is that it's a moving feast, that it's never done. And that is not something which we should be imposing on our building owners. We also heard from inner city Wellington, and it puts a real human face on the challenge that there is, that many residents feel trapped. They've got a building, it's earthquake prone, it wasn't before, it's now earthquake prone, now they've got to work out how to afford the insurance, how to sort the finances out, how to deal with issues around unit titles legislation, because they've got to pull all these owners together, and the complexity, the physical complexity of actually organising and strengthening a building. Those are really challenging issues. The last government had a go at trying to put in place a regime to provide some support, but I understand that was so complicated that nobody was actually in a position to take it up. I think one building, they may have got close, but they didn't quite get there. So sometimes we've just got to take some risks and back people to do those things. And as you heard from Dr. Lawrence Yunnan, also, I'd like to also reflect on what this means too for our aspirations to densify inner cities, particularly here, but it'll also be true in Christchurch, it'll be true in other parts of our country. If we've got aspirations to do that, we need to have, we need to have a regime that actually works and gives people confidence. Madam Speaker, just to finish off with, we also need to make sure that we provide certainty for people. We also need to understand the way in which the market responds to reduced MBS equivalent ratings. And we've seen, by and large, people in this place want to say, well, look, we will not rent a place that's not 80% plus. It was 80%, now it's less than 80%, so now we'll walk away from it. What does that do for the market? So that's an issue. Then there are issues around the credibility of assessments and making sure that people understand and can rely on assessments and that they don't change over time. What about single-storey wooden buildings? Maybe I'm raising a few things here for the review to consider. You know, what is the likelihood that they collapse? What is the likelihood that they might kill somebody? And we've got a whole heap of single-storey wooden buildings. I bet you there's a fair few Marai in there as well. And should they be covered by this? Because we don't cover single-storey residential properties. So there's a lot of issues which need to be dealt with through this review, and I'm looking forward very much to its getting through its process. And finally, the other thing I wanted to say is, the Minister also did allude to this, there are often much loved and economically valuable heritage buildings which are caught up in this as well. By no means all the buildings which are earthquake prone are heritage buildings, but those are buildings which we need to find a solution for, because we list them not because of private good, but because of public good, and we need to think about how we support those. And finally, Madam Speaker, is how do we stop ourselves building in dumb places? And I'd like to reflect that in the Christchurch Council said they didn't want, going back a few years, they didn't want to have that development occurring in that what is now the red zone. They fought against that. They got overruled by the court system, developers trying to develop it. That's the red zone. That's cost the country an enormous amount. A lot of those homes now are now, of course, disappeared. Madam Speaker, it's a complex subject, a technical subject. That complexity is for the review, but this bill, in a sense, is a sensible one. It's clearly well supported, and I commend this bill to the House.
The next call is a split call. I call Maria Mena o Kapakingi.
Tēnā koe e te pika, tēnā tātou katoa. The marae is the focal point of Māori society and all communal activities. Koenei ngā kōrero a Dr. Ranginui Walker e te pika. Apart from many, many other marvellous things that he said, this is one of them that I want to focus on, I roti taku kōrero. Again, we bring to the attention of the House the precarious state of marae throughout the motu that may be forced to close and be demolished if they fail to meet the deadlines. Te Pāti Māori notes feedback from the Transport and Infrastructure Committee, which have proposed 2 minor changes for inclusion into the Principal Act. One of them is the deadlines for completing seismic work, and the other is to allow the Governor-General to extend on any of those deadlines. For some marae, time extensions without the necessary funds required for seismic upgrades simply delays the inevitable. And this bill does not address the fundamental inability for marae and hapu to afford seismic strengthening. Often marae and hapu are called upon to assist with civil emergency efforts. Doors open willingly to accommodate and support those in need. Most marae do not have a business plan. I giggle because that's so true. And yet they are functional, available, and they're good to go. Yesterday we received a call. This is many of us, or some of us, maybe many, will understand this. Marae are, they're called into action immediately, as they were yesterday when we received a call that from one of our marae that one of our whanaunga had passed. So suddenly the marae kicks into gear. Somebody heads down there and starts making up 200 beds. Suddenly there's 3 people in the kitchen doing all that work to make available that kaupapa, for the kaupapa, as we did for Gabrielle in Whangarei. And I was part of that effort that day, both Uhana and I actually. Just making the point about the importance and the significance when I was listening to a marae is more than just a building. It is a place of worship, gathering. It is a place that has whakapapa to it. So when we talk about marae, we don't talk about just the building. We don't just talk about the bricks and mortar of it. We talk about the tupuna that it comes from. We talk about all the work when you dress your marae. All of those factors are key to when we need a marae in a civil defence emergency. That's what you get. You get all of that. You get the physical structure. You get the 4 aunties in the back. They're going to suddenly make bread for 200 people that are coming in the door. But you get all of that Māori capability. It's an impressive thing. And so when these requirements come into play, it might sound relatively simple for a building, but it's quite something else for a marae building. Marae must be supported as the lifeline, critical infrastructure that they are, and to realise this before emergencies occur. It cannot be left unsaid that many marae do not sit on the original sites where they were once stood, illegally evicted off their lands onto reserves, which we heard from in Christchurch recently, designed to be small, scattered and temporary. Amidst these challenges, climate change continues to threaten to coastal communities nationwide and further compounds funding challenges. You see, this removal of whenua and its conservation under European doctrines of financial power and control contributes to the death of people, of Māori, and in this case, non-Māori as well. This means our marae, urupa and wāhi tapu are vulnerable to flooding, coastal erosion, storm surges and tidal issues. This is a real-life experience of how ecological control has contributed to the financial challenges we face today. A special pathway for marae must be set to meet those deadlines, inclusive of funding availability, and that must occur, otherwise marae inherit all of the national expectation with no national resources. Tēnā koe te pika, tēnā tātou.
Juana Linden.
Talofa lava, Madam Chair, Madam Speaker, aroha mai. I stand on behalf of the Greens to provide this short offering of support for this legislation and the amendments. The extension is important, as we know that there has been a pipeline and pressure on the sector, on industry, local government and homeowners to meet the previous timelines provided, but the 4 years is important, as we've heard across the House, providing the space and time for us to ready ourselves. And one of the questions that comes to mind is, what is the plan? And then also, do we have the workforce? Do we have the resourcing and the tools available, the capital, the contractors to line up the work, and where is our focus? Standing here in Te Whanganui Ātara, it's important to think about places such as Christchurch, Wellington and Auckland, but for people in the regions, and we've heard about the Wairarapa, we might have heard about Taitokero, north, south, east, west, we all need support. And so what does implementation look like ultimately across the board as we have this 4-year time frame for us to do the mahi? And considering the types of buildings, and we've heard about good town planning, good regional planning, and not building in dumb places, that's a good question in terms of joining up the system. And what does that look like to prevent what we have experienced in the past, while still servicing the need to remediate the buildings of now. And thanking members' contributions around our heritage buildings which reflect our community and some of our colonial experiences, public buildings that are often also administered by community groups. So we've got a lot of not-for-profits who have administered these buildings for many years and now have the burden of trying to figure out how to fund the necessary remediation in the space. This coupled with marae, who again, as we've heard from my colleague from Te Pāti Māori, lack resources to be able to do the work in their local rohe. It's all a part of the plan. So what does the plan look like? Incentives for our homeowners, as well as those who are the administrating bodies of both public and heritage buildings, is really important in terms of our trajectory for the next 4 years as we have the space to do this work. And acknowledging the many who contributed into the select committee process, we as the Green Party are comfortable with where we've landed, the amendments recommended, and further want to acknowledge our workforce and my colleague from the ACT Party being the voice of builders and construction in the House. Many of our industry partners, we have big wait lists, right? And that's just for your average stuff. So having the 4 years now, and I think about a Taitokero perspective, how do we work with the workforce to get the necessary tradies in place, that the contracts are all timed well, and those that are most at risk are put to the top of the list. But equally working with local government on not building in dumb places. It would be really good to have that joined up space. And the big question, of course, is for community. For community who administer these buildings with love and care, whether it be a marae, whether it be a heritage building, or those that are with our community halls. You know, you get a little bit of a grant, but you've got to do the sausage sizzle on the daily to keep these buildings intact and delivering to our communities. What does that look like? And I know this is implementation kōrero, but it is timely for us to think about, right, we've set the scene, We're giving the space and time for us to now plan out our future in terms of remediating the space and providing the space for community and owners to do the mahi for the strengthening of their homes and buildings. But again, it's a question of funding for our unresourced community sector, for marae, for hapu, and wider Aotearoa, and homeowners. We can't forget them. What are our incentives? Let's keep the waka moving, and on behalf of the Green Party, we support this. Kia ora.
Grant McCullum.
Speaker, thank you. I rise to support this bill on the third reading. It's been a very collegial process through the Select Committee, ably chaired by Andy Foster and my other committee members. I'd like to thank them for their part in making some good practical and pragmatic changes. I just want to focus mainly on the earthquake changes, the length of time extension, and always want to remember as we're doing this, it has real. This stuff is very real and very recent, with the impacts we had recently in Christchurch of the devastating earthquakes down there, and that's always what sits in our mind, Madam Speaker, as we extend this time frame out to work on what regulations we need around buildings to be earthquake-prone areas. And how and the regulations we come up with, and as we review those regulations to make them appropriate moving forward. And speaking as the Member of Parliament for Northland, we've got to make sure also we've got to actually take account of the risk factors in an area like Northland, which I would suggest is quite different to Wellington, where Wellington sits on a fault line, whereas Northland, because I think in my entire life I might have felt one earthquake at about 3.2 or something like that in the north. We just don't tend to get them. So I think that was I was on my motorbike at the time. As it happens, I can recall getting the cows in, as it was. Yeah, so out there working. So look, and I just think we've got to get take all that into account. And I'd like to think as we go through this process to review these regulations that we take account of the risk factors, because different parts of the country will have different risks. And with that, Madam Speaker, I commend this bill to the House.
This debate is interrupted and is set down for resumption next sitting day. The House stands adjourned until 2 p.m. today.